Thank you very much, Mr. Sultanzadeh. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, don't worry, it's everything okay. It's just a technical hitch, and in 2 seconds we are going to start our online part, and you can follow the process on our screen.
Уважаемые гости, с минуту на минуту.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. So we're going to start in about a minute, so please take your seats, and we'll begin shortly.
Друзья, добрый день. Мы начнем.
Well, very sorry for the delay. So we have certain technical difficulties that we need to work through. So because we have also online broadcasting, so please, we're going to start very, very soon. So stay tuned. Okay, we'll begin shortly.
Aziz mehmonlar, qadrli ishtirokchilar, biroz kutishimizga to'g'ri kelyapti. Texnik nosozliklar bois, ya'ni biz onlayn tarzda boshqa mamlakat studiyasi bilan bog'lanishimiz kerak. Shuning uchun ozgina sabrliroq bo'lamiz va sanoqli daqiqalardan so'ng biz boshlaymiz.
Образование — это спаситель. Да?
Equality, peace and sustainability.
Что вы знаете о платформе
What do you know about platform with the most important mission of all? To create the world, science, technology, innovation, accessible to every part of this world.
Students, or maybe many, are going to say, the reason I got my Nobel Prize is that I got to listen to a free lecture, inspired me to go study something I was interested in, and that is the way this is really going to work.
Можно очень быстро менять.
Well, you can change the situation, the status quo, very, very quickly. This is how startups come around. This is where geniuses come from. Well, I think this is a very special event because you created something unique.
Hi Nobel Fest, my name is Lenny Andronicus and I am the CEO and co-founder of Lobcast.
Hello world, my name is Juan Maldacena and I'm a professor at the Institute for Advanced Study. I will participate in the Nobel Fest.
That is why, with a great honor, I accept to become the Nobel Fest Ambassador for Innovation and invite you to join the Nobel Fest.
Стань частью мира знаний и инноваций.
Become part of the world of science and innovation. We're looking forward to meeting you at the 5th Nobel Fest. Welcome, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everyone. My name is Angela Garipova, and I'm so happy to see you all here, guys. This at the Centerful of Knowledge. So welcome to Nobel Fest. Welcome, welcome to the 5th Nobel Fest, which is the world's largest international science, technology, and education fest. So this time, you know that Swandababa received a Nobel Prize for the evolutionary studies. So here we are at the 5th Nobel Fest, and we're going to talk about the evolution of technology. The world is changing, the global policy is changing, but at the same time, we see more and more innovation come around. So in these 3 days, we are going to talk about some of the most important issues, such as how to keep the world peace, how to develop AI, talk about robots, science, technology, green technology, etc. But you know that from October 30th to November 4th, we're going to have a week of Nobel presentations where Nobel Prize winners and Nobel laureates will deliver a number of lectures and talk about some of the best and most amazing scientific discoveries. So, the most important event is, well, first of all, we are doing this international broadcasting. We're doing this live. You can use the headset, of course. And please select the language that you need, either Russian or Kazakh or English. Also check out our website. Scan the QR code that you can see on your screen. So, and as your host, of course, I will speak in English.
Simultaneously from Nobel Fest studios in Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Pakistan, Uganda, Bangladesh, and Uzbekistan. Translation is available in Kazakh, Russian, Uzbek, and English languages. Online members, it's even easier for you. You just choose the language you want and enjoy our broadcast. Dear viewers, now get ready for the teleconference where our friends from Tashkent are waiting for us. Nilyufar, greetings from Kazakhstan.
Hello, Angela. A very warm welcome and greetings from the studio of the Palace of Youth Creativity, which is located in the heart of Central Asia, Tashkent City. Our country, Uzbekistan, is very happy and excited to co-host the 5th Nobel Fest Evolution. Tashkent studio, let's greet Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Uganda, and those who join us online with loud applause. Thank you very much, and I hope that the atmosphere of cheer and joy has started yesterday. Our students, teachers, pupils, and government officials were obsessed by meaningful discussions on the topics of climate change by Nobel Prize winner Mr. Kwon Chung, and inspired to dream high by two beautiful sisters, Global Teacher Prize winner Keisha Thorpe and founder, Chief Executive Officer and President of the U.S. Elite International Track and Field, Keisha Thorpe. And that is only in one day. I can imagine the extent of inspiration after we will listen to the speakers of Nobel Fest. Angela, over to you.
Thank you, Nilyufar. Thanks for your introduction. So today from Astana, we're going to have the following speaker in the program of the session. So first of all, it's Sayasat Nurbek. This is the Minister of Science and Education, Higher Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Thank you. And also Professor and Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Choudhary. This is the General Coordinator of COMSTECH, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So, great. We have a great list of speakers, and we are waiting for exciting speeches about how education can become the main trend of the whole country. So, Nilyufar, before starting, I would like to give the floor to the person without whom we wouldn't be able to gather here today, Maxat Kurbenov, founder and general director of Nobel Fest. Dear Maxat Kurbenov, we are waiting here for you. All right, just maybe he needs some applause. Thank you. Maxat Kurbenov, please, we are here waiting for you, and please, let's make more applause just for, and maybe he will come and tell us why we're all here. So guys, yeah, let's give him some applause. Maxat, we are waiting for you. All right, there he is. Thank you. We are very excited to listen to you.
Thank you, Angela. Добро пожаловать всем. Спасибо, что все пришли.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming down here. So, and as I was walking to the stage, you know, this felt like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I was trying not to fall. Yeah, so anyways, thank you very much for coming down here. I appreciate it very, very much. But honestly, I have a dream. I have a dream, and it's a very simple dream. And it's an important dream. Nevertheless, I believe that each and every one had a friend, a childhood friend, that didn't quite make it in life. not because he wasn't hardworking, not because he wasn't smart enough, but simply because that particular person didn't have a chance, didn't have an opportunity to prove himself. Can you imagine how many children are there in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Pakistan, any other country out there that don't have a chance to prove themselves because they don't have access to global knowledge, because they don't have the opportunity to get this kind of education and to, excel in life. So this Nobel Fest is meant to create the world science and education accessible to every part of the world. And I would like to thank all of our partners. I would like to thank everyone who's supporting us, supporting our mission, because only together can we truly make it happen. In just 2 years, without any government funding, without any government help, we created this Nobel Fest. We have 500,000 viewers joining us around the world. We have 500 universities. And in 2 years, we had 18 Nobel Prize winners. We had 18 holders of science Oscars. And they only have one message from us. We always send an email with one message. We say, look, we believe that everyone should have a chance to prove themselves and access to global knowledge. We translate the same message. And the mission of every speaker of Nobel Fest is to deliver this idea that we need to share the knowledge. And I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart all the speakers, everyone who's here, everyone who is going to be on the stage, and enjoy the day. Thank you very much, Maxat, for this very passionate speech. Thank you very much for your vision. Because of Maxat, we're here today, and we can enjoy access to this knowledge. So,
our opening is dedicated to the topic Building an Educated Nations. As the Nobel Peace Prize laureate and one of the past Nobel Fest participants, Kailash Satyarthi, said, education is the liberator. Education is the equalizer. Education is the gateway to justice, equality, peace, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start the opening of the Nobel Fest with these beautiful words and pass the word to Nilyufar. Nilyufar?
Angela, thank you very much. We also have an exciting program, and our speakers in the opening ceremony from Tashkent will be Nobel Peace Prize laureate of 2007, board director of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation, Chung, and honorary partner of the 5th Nobel Fest in Uzbekistan, director of the Agency for Youth Affairs of Uzbekistan, Alisher Sadullayev, and strategic corporate partner of the Nobel Fest Public Affairs, Communications and Sustainability, Vice President of the Coca-Cola Company for Eurasia and Middle East, Sinan Jem Shahin. Dear honorary guests, let me invite to the stage a person who made a valuable contribution to the climate change mitigation agenda, Professor Kwon, 2007 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, director of the board of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation, to officially open the 5th Nobel Fest.
Can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon. I'm very excited to join the Nobel Fest. Nobel Fest has been providing a very interesting, exciting opportunity for the young generation and the policymakers in Central Asia. And today especially, I congratulate Nobel Fest that the Tashkent and Astana is joining together and coming up with the teamwork and partnership to come up with even more rich presentations of many interesting speakers. Today, as the topic is the education, and education is, of course, one of the most important our knowledge for the future. But here, I would like to emphasize that we are facing many kind of new problems and issues. And the problem here is that we cannot solve the current problems with the older thinking. We have to come up with a new thinking to solve the problems that we are facing now. And I'm sure this Nobel Fest will provide a very good opportunity for all those listeners and participants to learn about the new way of thinking to solve the political, social, and ecological crisis we are facing. I have been working to solve the problem of climate change issues. And I have been promoting new ideas and new thinking for green economic growth, the green growth, to replace grow first and clean out later paradigm. And I'm sure Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan is at the crossroad to make a very critical choice, which future path you are going to choose. So I hope this Nobel Fest can provide a very important opportunity and knowledge to help and to assist young generation and policymakers in this region to make a right choice. Thank you very much, and once again, my big congratulations for a very successful Nobel Fest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwon Chung. It's a great privilege for us to host you in our country, and as we know, you had a chance to visit our ancient city Samarkand, which is called as the Pearl of Great Silk Road, and as we know, you enjoyed it. And now let me give the floor to my colleague from Kazakhstan, Angela. Now it's your turn. We are listening to you very attentively.
Thank you, Nilyufar. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Professor Chung, and we should give him a big applause. Let's do this. Thank you. Dear friends, tomorrow Professor Chung will be in Astana for the Nobel Fest. So let me give the floor to our dear Minister of Science and Higher Education, Sayasat Nurbek, who actively supports the Nobel Fest Science and Education in Kazakhstan. Dear Minister, we are waiting for you. Господин министр, мы рады приветствовать вас. Добрый день.
Dear Minister, we're very, very happy to see you here. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming down here. Let me just say that only yesterday, as you know, we were celebrating our National Day of Republic. So it's a new, as you know, a very special day. And congratulations, everyone. Yeah, so this is a national holiday. You know that Maxat actually has a dream. And the dream is to provide many, many young people, not just young people, but people generally, access to the best knowledge out there. You know, when I met Maxat for the first time many, many years ago, he was a part of the Astana Economic Forum, he was doing the organizational part, and he told me about this dream that, look, you know, we have this amazing speakers from around the world, all the professors, economists, experts, etc., but only a very small percentage of the population can hear it, can attend to this. So how come that we can't multiply these ideas? So how come that we don't multiply it, magnify it, so that students, young researchers, and everyone, just common people, you know, would be part of it? So, and I supported it personally. So I was just a regular guy. I was just a private entrepreneur at that time, so I supported Maxat, and I was part of 4 Nobel Fest, you know, all the way to now, as a speaker, of course, as a host, you know, as a panelist, etc. So today, for the first time, I speak as a Minister for Science and Technology. You know that our ministry was created several months ago. It's a very young ministry. So, I mean, 4 months old, very, very young. So, we're doing it step by step, this new ministry. So, let's talk about the problems and the kind of problems and challenges that we need to solve together. So, I have several slides, so let me maybe show you some visuals, and that should help you. And as a matter of fact, it's not all that bad. Honestly, it's not all that bad because we, of course, can be self-detrimental, deprecating, and all that. I mean, as a matter of fact, we have great experts. We have amazing experts in education, and they, you know, many of these experts say that everything's bad, everything's terrible. Well, we have certain systemic problems, of course, and the first step as a minister, of course, I had to acknowledge the problems. And I knock on every door, knock on every R&D facility, every university. I just leave no stone unturned, so to say. Yeah, well, because I actually had to just visit everyone. And I open the door, and these guys are sitting in the basement. I'm like, who are you? I'm the minister. What are you doing here? We're working. Good. Excellent. By the way, see, the clicker doesn't work, by the way. So, in terms of the quality of the human capital, I mean, we're actually doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. We have really, really good staff. And to be honest with you, I mean, if you look at the Human Development Index, I mean, 51 out of 189 countries. Yeah, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And the reason we're going up, we keep going up, is because of the access to education. So we provide really, really good access to education. We provide really strong reach across the population. I mean, both higher education and college education, and that component alone actually ranks us high because it's a big country and we have enough resources. And just imagine the countries that have huge demographic pressure to at least provide some basic education. And if you look at the higher education, by the way, I would like to congratulate all of us, by the way, for, there are several important ratings, like and U.S. News Report, a very, very reputable rating. They really are very stringent in terms of selecting. And one of our top universities, as you know, the Al-Farabi University, as you know, joined the ranking, which is very, very important. So, despite that, the key question that we have in front of us and in front of the education system is to continue this trend, to continue to provide this kind of access. So, what we're seeing is an absolutely unprecedented demographic, wave in this part of the world. Over the past 2 years, we have more than 1 million babies born. That's a lot. Roughly 500,000 children every year. So, I mean, this is like a world record. Think about it, 500,000. So, I mean, the last time we had that much was part of the Soviet Union, and that was the record of the 20th century. So, I mean, this year and the past year, we had 2 records. So it means that the pandemic has its pros. Yeah, people make babies. So we're expecting another record this year. So we're expecting close to 500,000. So 1.5 million babies in just 3 years. Think about it. In Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan is a neighbor, it's a giant. Tajikistan, etc., Kyrgyzstan. You see, more and more people are born in those parts of the world. But if you look at India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, etc., you know that India is the densest populated country. It's ahead of China, by the way, and China had 1.5 million. So India has more. So, and there's a lot of migration happening, a lot of changes, and most countries have not yet woken up, have not yet changed their migration. And you know that many of families that want to study abroad are feeling this pressure with the visas, with the, they're being throttled. getting an opportunity to study in leading university is becoming difficult, etc. So, and unfortunately, due to certain things that are happening in a part of the world, I'm talking about the war. I mean, there's a lot of migration, and a lot of people that actually studied in Russia and Ukraine are looking at alternatives. They're looking at other ways to study. So, for example, 23,000 students in our medical universities are actually knocking on our doors. Think about it, our medical universities, that's a lot of students because they want to continue their education. So these 3 or 4 factors together, I mean, if you take it, that means that we're running into a problem of providing access to higher education. So think about it, more than 500,000 students, if you look at BA, MA, and PhD. So think about it, we have 120 different universities, but by 2030 we expect a doubling of student flow. So, and that means that close to 1.2 million students in just a matter of 5 years. So it's a demographic wave. And it's a demographic wave, and it's also a migration wave. And that, of course, will put enormous pressure on the system, and it already put enormous pressure on the primary education. This problem of just having place to live, that in itself is a huge migration problem. So what do we need to do? We, of course, need to think. We need to think twice about how do we fight this demographic wave. So on the one hand, we're providing many more grants than we used to. So 128,000 grants for higher education. We've never done so much. So we increased the amount of funding by more than 100%, but that's not enough because there's a lot of limitations in terms of facilities. Because the last time Kazakhstan received major investment in education and academic education was in the middle of the 19th to 20th century. That's it. I mean, it was still part of the Soviet Union. So all these high institutions and higher education facilities that were built back in the 60s, back in the 70s. So I'm talking about major development of campuses, big facilities. I mean, it all started and ended like 50, 60 years ago. And since that time, we have not done anything new. I mean, we've done a little bit, but not major ones. So we don't have that many options. And we don't have, I understand that you have hybrid education, online education, digital education, etc., etc., etc. So, and it's not easy. So, in our facilities, they can't cope. If I'll take Al-Farabi University, our national university, Al-Farabi University, yeah. For example, the infrastructure is rated for 10, maybe 12,000 students, maximum. Do you know how many students are there? Almost 27,000. So, and that means that all of our universities are over, they're running at over capacity. So, and digitalization, hybrid education is good, of course, it helps. I mean, the fact that we can reduce physical infrastructure, the fact that we can move to a more flexible format. So, I mean, that is inevitable. So in August of this year, by the way, the first thing I did as a minister is to change the whole government standard, is to allow universities to be much more flexible when it comes to their approach, be it online, be it whatever it is. So, for example, we now allow for four-year education. So not just 5, but 4-year education, which is a reduced time. Yeah, we allowed for that. So we've given a lot of freedom to universities. It's up to them, as long as they, meet the 240 credits. You can do it in 2 years, in 1 year, whatever. So we don't keep students in the universities longer than needed. So because this so-called basic credits, if you meet 240, then you're free to go. You can do it in 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, whatever. So it depends on how fast of a learner you are. And one more thing, of course, is inviting investors, inviting and opening up our education to foreign universities. That's very, very important, and that's a huge step forward. I mean, it was difficult for us, but despite that, we've, opened major campuses, several campuses. The Montfort University in Almaty, for example. Yeah, and I was part of the opening ceremony. For example, we also opened Al Farabi campus for engineering and physics. Also in Petropavlovsk in September, we opened Arizona University for the first time ever. The Arizona American University, Arizona University, which is like amazing, huh? American University right there on the border in Petropavlovsk. Think about it. So, and very, very, very interesting things started to happen. Very interesting. So, for the first time ever, we now see students from 6 different countries coming to us, and I went and I met them personally. Astana, Shymkent, Almaty, etc., etc. So, which is pretty amazing, yeah? So how come they come? Well, the reason they come is that they know it's an American university. So 62% of graduates are actually left to Russia and other parts of the world, and instead now they're coming back. So the idea is to give them opportunities. So big, major, reputable universities, global ones, can actually go in and take advantage of this big education market. So if we can do things properly, then Kazakhstan and Central Asia can become a major academic hub. Think about it, because so many people that want to find an opportunity to get a higher education, and they can because of migration, because of politics, because of limitations, because of 27 branches of foreign universities. We're actually behind Uzbekistan, but we can do more. So the question is, how can we grow and at the same time retain quality?
Please, let's get more energetic. And I'm happy to pass the word to sunny Tashkent Nilyufar. We are waiting for the next speaker.
Angela, thank you. Now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Alisher Sadullayev, the director of the Youth Affairs Agency of Uzbekistan, the youngest senator who started his career as a deputy minister of public education when he was 23 years old. Youth Affairs Agency is the partner of the 5th Nobel Fest in Uzbekistan.
Assalamu alaikum, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud to host here in Tashkent 5th Nobel Fest and to be part of this big event. Thanks to organizers first, Maxat Kurbenov and the Coca-Cola, to make this global platform accessible for all young people in the world. Yesterday I had a conversation with the Nobel Prize winner, Professor Kwon Chung, and we had a Spartan conversation over dinner. Listening to his opinions about economically developed country, I thought about one thing. Now, our country has 60% of young population, or the game changers who have this influence on the growth of our country. And the old element we have to have is sustainable growth for our future. And I asked the same question ourselves. Who are the ones who promise the sustainable future for us? I think no one. Only us, ourselves, young people who are here in this studio can promise this. And the second thing I actually got of our conversation is that our teachers, of best teachers in the world in 2021, Keisha Trop and her sister, they have walked through lots of experiences, difficulties. But They made it happen. Their example shows anyone in the world, education, which is a very hard and very difficult path to take, is worth it. And listening to their story, I got tons of motivation that young people from Uzbekistan should or must definitely be inspired by their example. And today, on a big platform, I'm sure the organizers had a mission, they said, to make it accessible for young people to have lessons from the world top class experts. And I think they have achieved their goal. Thanks all the organizers of this event. I'm sure Tashkent will be very happy to host such events in the future as well. Today is just the beginning. I'm sure more and more Nobel Prize winners, more and more best teachers of the world will come to Tashkent and other cities to inspire more young people around us. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alisher Zafarovich, for your motivation, energy, and inspiring speech that you have shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, and now I am honored to pass the floor to the strategic corporate partner of the 5th Nobel Fest, Mr. Sinan Cemshahin, Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability Vice President of the Coca-Cola Company for Eurasia and Middle East. Mr. Sinan, are you listening to us?
Yes. Hello, Nobel Fest. Sorry for the technical disruption. Dear Honorable Minister, distinguished speakers, esteemed audience of Nobel Fest, it's my great pleasure to greet you on all behalf of Coca-Cola Company. I'm very, very excited and happy to be here. Hopefully next year, I wish I would be physically present in one of those great, beautiful halls, either in Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan or another location. I'd like to start by talking about Eurasian Middle East Operating Unit. I represent Eurasian Middle East Operating Unit of the company. And this geography covers 25 countries, starting from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, all the way to Turkey and Middle East. And most of the countries of this region, through academia, bright and talented youth community, I believe, are well represented in the International Nobel Fest. As the strategic partner of International Nobel Fest, we as Coca-Cola really take pride in supporting this program, which is indeed one of the greatest platforms to inspire youth and young people. We believe the companies cannot be successful without communities being successful as well. Therefore, we strive to support sustainable development of communities in various areas, such as women and youth empowerment, preservation of water resources, and waste reduction. We actively partner with governments, NGOs, universities to support these programs that make positive impact in the lives of people. We have supported various youth development projects in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, among others. We operate as a company in more than 200 countries of the world, and everywhere we aim to contribute to sustainable development of communities. Being partner and supporter of Nobel Fest, we are excited, very, very excited to contribute to empowerment of our young friends. We are happy to be part of this unique event that brings prominent and highly reputable international and local speakers, thought leaders, business executives to share their experience, wisdom, and learnings with young generation. This indeed is one of the ways to build an education nation, as stated in the title of this session. Nobel Fest is truly a very rare and valuable opportunity to broaden your horizon, feed your curiosity, and discover new dreams. The purpose of our company is to refresh the world and make a difference. We are proudly working with our partners for better shared future and make a difference in people's lives, communities, and our planet. I'm very, very confident that such a platform like Nobel Fest will inspire lots of youngsters for success in the pursuit of their educational goals and career aspirations. Some students participating in these sessions could one day find solutions to national or even global challenges that humanity faces. But even small steps, small achievements of young generation would make a big difference. Therefore, I congratulate you all, especially the organizers, with the start of the 5th International Nobel Fest, and wish you all a very enjoyable and very inspiring days of learning. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinan Cem Şahin. As for me, I try to follow all the activity of the Coca-Cola company, and I really admire them. And if all the companies in the world had the same approach, we wouldn't be worried about the future of our planet. Once again, thank you very much. And now, I would like to give the floor to from Kazakhstan, Angela, who is next?
Thank you, Nilyufar. So you and I will have one more bright performance at our opening. So, friends, now let me give the floor to the partner of the Nobel Festival, the owner of the Mustafa Prize, which is considered as the Nobel Prize for Islamic countries. Dr. Iqbal Choudhary, General Coordinator of the Committee of Science and Technology of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Please applause.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies. You see, I'm absolutely delighted to be here. You know, I came to this country back in 1999 and have seen the transformation of your beautiful country into a very progressive nation. So congratulations on achieving so much in the field of education, economy, science and technology, and a lot more. Kazakhstan is an excellent example of one of the best countries which has developed over a span of three decades into a very prosperous and a progressive nation. I am here representing 1.9 billion people of the Muslim world. I'm the Coordinator General of COMSTECH, which is responsible of Science and Technology program in OIC member states. So whatever I will contribute are going to be in the context of 1.9 billion people in 57 countries in 4 continents. 1/4 of humanity. A large number of them are young people like you, bold, bright, and beautiful. Let me begin my remarks by expressing my greetings to the organizers of 5th Nobel Fest for putting together another excellent festival of knowledge and hope for the future leaders. My gratitude to them for lighting the candle of hope and for giving the sense of direction to millions of young people all across the globe. Their slogan, "Together we can change the world and bring global science, innovation, and education to every corner," is visionary and heartwarming. I am grateful to them for inviting COMSTECH to be the co-organizer of 6th Nobel Festival, which will be held together with Kazakhstan early next year in Islamabad, Pakistan. So I'm looking forward to welcome you in the beautiful capital of Islamabad in Pakistan, inshallah. We live in a world which is defined by knowledge and its application. As Pakistani Nobel Laureate Professor Abdul Salam once said, the developing countries differ from developed countries not only because they have less wealth and capital, but because they have less knowledge. So the fact is that developing world countries are far behind because they do not really possess the knowledge which is required for development. This forum is even more important than ever in the context of post-COVID world, where economic meltdown of many countries not only adversely eroded the investment and attention towards education, but also magnified the existing divide in knowledge gap. Before this growing knowledge gap become unbridgeable, we need to act, and we need to act promptly. In this graceful ceremony, sharing the stage with leading scholars, I speak in various capacities as a teacher who spent all of his life in imparting education to young people from different corners of the world, including Kazakhstan. As a student of science who believes on its transformation power, and as a technocrat responsible of science and technology cooperation in vast OIC countries. Wearing different hats, I am going to try to present some of these thoughts and some humble recommendation for you to think about it. You see, I represent Organization of Islamic Cooperation, 1.9 billion people, and the problems are multifaceted. There are 57 countries in 4 continents, and many of them are among the least developed countries of the world. The question is whether we are happy to progress and develop in our own nations and leave these countries behind. Perhaps not, because knowledge and education has to be a common heritage for everyone. And every child, every young man has a right to be educated and to develop. And this is what is my mission. I, as a teacher, my first and foremost comments are about the dismal state of education in OIC member states. A constituency which I am representing here today. Major challenges which Muslim world face in the field of education include low access to education, as among these 780 million illiterate people, half of them are in OIC member states. Female literacy is well below the world average. You're very fortunate that you have universal education, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister. According to UNESCO, 40% of Muslim women are unable to read or write. There are countries and regions where girls' education is forbidden as a state policy. So this is an extremely serious situation. Exclusion of children, of minorities and children with disabilities is another very important problem. Armed conflicts in 5 regions of the OIC world, leading a large-scale migration. People are moving from their countries for safe haven to the other countries also. And of course, lack of investment in schools, trained teachers, and educational material, including educational technologies, are among the most important impediment. And kindly remember, when people living in absolute poverty, they cannot simply afford to send their children to school. We must change the status quo and work on war footing to ensure every child must get the opportunity to a basic education. Ladies and gentlemen, as a student of science, I'm a scientist by profession, a scientist who has worked all of his life in exploring nature, and I'm one of the most cited scientists in the country. As a student of science, I know that the driving force for socioeconomic development today is knowledge. The world today is driven by human capital equipped with knowledge and skill. Research and technology are the key drivers of modern economies, whereas innovation and entrepreneurship are redefining the progress. In today's world, socioeconomic development is no longer dependent on natural resources, oil or cotton or wheat or other natural resources. Knowledge is the main fuel which runs the engine of world economies. China, Singapore, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Western European countries are examples of these knowledge-driven economies, thriving on high technology export and high-end services, whereas countries of the global south remain in the vicious circle of producing more for less and export of low technology products and unskilled workers. This is reflected from the fact that the share of all 57 member states of the OIC, the global high technology export share is only 4.3%. And that is the dismal state which one need to understand. According to 2019 report of McKinsey Global Institute, 12 disruptive technologies will generate a wealth of over $33 trillion in next 5 years. These include mobile internet, artificial intelligence, IoT, Internet of Things, advanced robotics, next generation genomics and biotechnology, advanced material by nanotechnology, regenerative medicine, and new energy devices. The question is, are we ready to adopt these new technologies? And where these technologies are being developed? The fact is these technologies are developed in global north, and we remain the poor users of these technologies, where the intellect of our young people would be. Capacity as the Coordinator General of a Standing Committee of 57 ministers, including Honorable Minister of Kazakhstan, I would like to share my humble thoughts for a paradigm shift. Though I'm speaking in the context of OIC countries, but it is equally relevant to the other developing nations also. Extremely important.
It's very, very important to find that you just build yourself a little bit of a dream, but it seems like the problem is too big. But then they ask me, like, where do you get? I mean, did you read her book? What happened to her? Yes, boy's name. Yes, a broken heart. Yes, she fell in love with the boy. His name was Alexei, and she ditched her. He ditched her. So she left the city out of revenge, and she decided to prove to him that he was wrong with her success. Think about it. Bayan is absolutely unstoppable. So, I mean, she, I think, did like a third or fourth movie. I mean, she's a director. She has a new movie about home violence and whatnot. So I said, Bayan, look, why didn't you stop? Everybody knows you have a big brand. And she said, no, I can't. I want to be creator. I want to go on. Regardless of how old you are, what's your age, whatever, regardless of what's happening in your life, these people continue to do it. Now, Steve Jobs, okay? iPhones, please, your iPhones. Show me your iPhones. A person who produced a revolution, and you know that he didn't have parents, basically, because they gave up on him. So all this, oh, I'm a single mom, single dad, single whatever. So, I mean, it's all excuses, regardless of where you come from. This is all your personal. Do not blame parents for your personal failure in life. Okay, the fact that you've personally failed in life doesn't mean that you have this child trauma. If you're a loser, you're a loser. That's your problem. Don't blame parents for being a loser. Like Steve Jobs, as you know, his mother abandoned him, but he created a revolution. He was a dreamer. He was a dreamer to create a phone without buttons, and he made it real. Or Dimash Kurban. Dimash actually is a singer. Do you know that his mother is his opera singer, and his father is also opera singer? So, and his granddad and grandma also singers, but somehow we only learned about Dimash in 2017. How come? Because in our country, as you know, of course, he had to go to China, had to win I'm Singer on Hunan TV, and nobody cared about him. And then, oh my God, he is from Kazakhstan. Kudos to him. So, but how come that we so proud of Dimash? The point is that Dimash wasn't just in Kazakhstan. He wasn't just. He went to Slavyansky Bazaar. He won. He got in touch with this guy, producer, that was from China, and he said, "Hey, you need to go to I Am Singer." He went to China, especially he paid for his own trip, and he won. So if you have a dream, then you'll find a way. But if you have a dream and you only sit in one place, it's not gonna happen. So, like, imagine you're an artist, for example, like you want to be a Nobel Prize winner, for example, but you keep sitting in Kazakhstan. Nothing is going to happen. Think about it. Yeah? So, because the world would not be the path to you, you need to get out of your home, turf. So, Dimash, this singer, became popular because of his perseverance and talent. There are a lot of genius people, a lot of great ideas, but it's about execution. Next one, Jack Ma. Jack Ma was a teacher of English. He grew up in a Chinese province, and he just wanted to do something amazing. He would go to a hotel, to tourists, and he would speak English to them because he wanted to go to the United States. He really wanted to do that. And he went to the United States, and he wanted to find some Chinese products, and he couldn't. He Googled it, and now like 50% of Kazakhstan does this business on Taobao, Alibaba, etc., 1688, etc. So he created the revolution, basically, and he is alive and well. Or Gennady Golovkin, for example. Hey, anybody from Karaganda? Okay, give a shout out to, yeah. What about Michael Duk? Still dangerous? No? Geta? Still bad? Well, Gennady was born in Michael Duk. Terrible place. He could have complained that, look, oh, I'm a victim, poor me, but he didn't care about it. He just did his thing, and today I would say that he's one of the few people who can actually wake us up in the middle of the night, and have fun, essentially, right? He's one of us, but he's now a famous UFC fighter. Up next, think about it, yes? He used to be a shepherd, by the way. Think about it. This guy used to be a shepherd. Then he moved to Astana, and he won a contest and stayed here. Was he born with a silver, spoon in his mouth? No. Nobody's born a brand. Nobody's born a star. Look, you have a chance. You have an opportunity to prove yourself. So do that. Well, one thing you need to do. So you have a dream. Great. You need to have specific deadlines. Write down specific deadlines. So, put some frame into it. Because one thing is to just have a perpetual dream, but you need to be specific. You need to have a deadline. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. For example, like 2 weeks ago, I started my Telegram channel. Prior to that, I had a KPI. For example, I want to make sure I have 100,000 subscribers. So I will have like lotteries, I will have giveaways, iPhones, cars, whatever, but I need to get to 100,000 subscribers. So if you don't have a specific goal, if you don't have that, then it's never going to happen. Like, for example, I need to write the book before this and that. Yeah, you need to be specific. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. So I need to hit in one spot all the time. For example, they invite me to different forums. I speak on different forums every week. Why? Well, because I promote the same message over and over and over a day. For example, right now I'm on stage, and this is going to stories, this is going for social networks, etc. So that means that every single day I'm basically selling front row tickets to my movie. To my movie. This is my movie. You can do that too. We live in social networks. The 21st century, internet is cheap. Wi-Fi is cheap. And we have great internet connection in Kazakhstan. By the way, you know that in Kazakhstan, one of the best. Yeah, in China, for example, sometimes much worse. In many parts of China, there's no Wi-Fi, and you have this VPN, whatever. We don't have any limitations, so you can go anywhere online. Raise your hand if you don't have Instagram account. Wow, there's certain people that don't have Instagram account. Unbelievable. Maybe like you have a special job that prohibits to have an Instagram. Why don't you have an Instagram? What happened to you? And Dinara, you're running out of time. Unfortunately, no time. Well, what I'm saying, no matter. I was just saying that, look, you have an opportunity, just share. Just write it down. You are what you say. Yeah? If you don't say, if you don't speak about yourself, if you don't show your life, if you don't show the backstage, and nobody's going to know about you guys. Yeah? Share it. Share about the book you're doing. Whatever it is. Yeah? Like, for example, you said you wanted to be a Nobel Prize winner. Of course, well, 90% of people say, yeah, whatever. They're always naysayers and they're always haters. Haters gonna hate, but you go and chase that dream, okay? And if the dream is big enough, everything else will just vanish in comparison to that. By the way, speaking of being persistent, we're gonna have a next speaker, and in the meanwhile, thank you, Dinara. Thank you, and give her a round of applause, please.
Теперь мы знаем, как мечтать, но если...
So now we know how to dream. So if you want to build an innovative business and make Kazakhstan a world-leading crypto mining capital, yeah, it's a very complicated word, crypto mining capital. So if that's your dream, then the next speaker is here to share his wealth of knowledge about it. So Islambek Salzhanov is here, a famous businessman, chairman of the Kazakh Association of Blockchain Evangelists. So is here to share his vision of future technology. Islambek, we're waiting for you.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті жастар. Біріншіден баршаңызды кеше ғана өткен Қазақ Республикасы мерекесімен құттықтаймын. Баршаңызға зор денсаулық, ұзақ бақыт.
First of all, congratulations on the Day of the Republic. Live long and well. Of course, we had a beautiful holiday yesterday, so and I congratulate everyone with that. So, well, I see a lot of people here, so, and thank you, Maxat, of course, for having me here. It's an honor to actually speak to you guys. And before I begin, before I talk about this amazing digital world, I would like to say a couple of words about an amazing world of business, because my whole life I've been basically a businessman, and I've been a promoter of entrepreneurship and private business. I believe that being an entrepreneur is the most noble of all jobs in the world. And for you guys, for the young people of Kazakhstan, you can become an entrepreneur, and you can make it. Back in 1993, when I graduated, we had very little opportunities. You know, when Soviet Union collapsed, and there was no business books, there were no lectures, there was no nothing. There weren't any Western, Kazakh, or whatever universities. There was none of that. So it was very difficult. It was very, very difficult. So, but I really wanted to do something in this life. Of course, long story short, of course, I can talk for hours about it. But the point is that, look, today, opportunities like never before. So, and you can do it. So, as long as you want it, want to become an entrepreneur, as long as you want to conquer your fear, and look, especially now, when the world is becoming more and more digital, we have internet, we have hundreds of thousands of free books, free access. As long as you want it, you can have it. So you can have online education and whatnot, and we have incredible opportunities to tune in to Harvard, Yale, Princeton universities, other leading universities around the world, at an affordable cost. So the world is changing for sure. Now, speaking of the digital world, well, then when internet was born, very few people actually, knew, okay, you have email, you have this and that. Very few engineers were using internet. Then websites, static websites, very basic, very primitive, and then slowly, bit by bit, internet would go deeper and deeper into our lives. And now look at where we are. Yeah, so can you imagine your life without internet? No, you cannot. You can't do without Facebook, YouTube, online, without the web. Even more so, we have all these new technologies like blockchain. And blockchain, I believe, is that thing, it's going to surpass internet. Blockchain technology is at the dawn. It's the very early beginning. So, and if you go back to the roots of internet, it took more than 30 years for internet to enter our homes the way we see it now. The same for blockchain, essentially, right? It's been around, 13 years. I would say less than 10% of people understand what is blockchain and how to use it. According to conservative forecasts, the people who's going to use blockchain will be many, many more. If you look at the next 15 to 20 years, I think that the technology will be fully accepted, and this is a revolutionary technology, and this will change the world. It will change the financial world. You know that there are many countries in the world where there is no banking infrastructure. There's no, fast internet like optic fibers that we use. They don't have mobile, and technology can help you leapfrog. So you don't need the banking infrastructure. You can actually do P2P via crypto. So, etc., etc. I don't want to talk about blockchain as such. I hope you guys know what blockchain stands for. So, it's a decentralized ledger. And you know the Bitcoin, right? You've heard about Bitcoin. But not everybody understands actually what Bitcoin stands for, what digital mining stands for, despite the fact that because of our associations, because of the Kazakhstan Association, because of what we've done, and that would be the major work with the Republic of Kazakhstan, with the Parliament, with the President's office, and President of our country personally supported crypto in a big way. So Kazakhstan is the second largest country in the world in digital mining, by the way, right now. It's a major achievement, and honestly, so think about it. We're still a developing country, but we are second in blockchain and digital economy. That's not oil, not gas, not grain, not agriculture. I have nothing against that. But think about it, how we leapfrogged and became one of the best in the world in digital mining. So, and I believe that the fact that not everyone understands how blockchain works, how big blockchain can be, how big Bitcoin can be, trust me. This whole financial industry, you know how it is, right? You made some money, you put it in the bank, it's a deposit. The bank pays you a percentage, and the bank gives this money to us, to entrepreneurs. There's always an intermediary, right? Whether it's a lawyer, whether it's a bank, whether it's somebody else, there's always an intermediary between people. Because of blockchain, there's no need for an intermediary. It's technology that connects us P2P. And because of that, we don't need another human. We don't need another element in between us. So this technology basically gives you an incredible trust, trust between clients, and I think this is the most important thing. And I'm talking about transactions in the first place. You know, Bitcoin, like 5, 6, 8 years ago, Bitcoin was trading at a much lower, but look at now. It's, you know, not so long ago, it was trading at almost $70,000 per Bitcoin. How come? What are the functions of Bitcoin? The main one is that people want to preserve their capital. So why? I remember 1991 when the Soviet Union collapsed. My parents actually used to like save a lot, so they was saving and saving, and then when the Union collapsed, all that money disappeared. Huh. And look at the ruble devaluation. Look at I remember tenge used to trade for 150, and then you know what happened. Yeah, tenge also devaluated. So you save, you work hard, you put it in the bank, and then it devaluates. So what Bitcoin gives us is the opportunity to preserve capital. And secondly, why people invest in Bitcoin is not just to preserve capital, but you can call digital assets. But digital assets actually allow you to make money. So the price of Bitcoin goes up, it appreciates over time, and you can make money on that. So that's the point. Yes, I know Bitcoin is currently down, and crypto miners are worried. Yes, and it's not the best time for them. It's like a crypto winter, as we call it. But as long as the technology is there, you know that there's only 121 million Bitcoins. I mean, 19 out of that is mined. You know, when it was trading lower, nobody cared. Now, only 2 million left to mine, right? So you know that Bitcoin is shrinking every second year. So I talked to some of the global experts, and there were different outlooks, and they say that the price will go up to 100,000, 500,000. Some say 1 million, some say up to $5 million per Bitcoin. I believe in that because there's only 2 million to mine. Think about it, and everybody wants to buy Bitcoin. Like 7 billion people want to buy Bitcoin, of which only 2 million left. Why? Because you want to preserve capital and you want to appreciate your capital. And what is the benefit of Bitcoin? Well, for me, I come from traditional ways of doing business. I've been in agriculture, I've been in oil and gas, I've been in transportation, I've been everywhere. But when I learned the technology and I took my time, of course, I read some books. I read top 5 global books on Bitcoin. And we translated it into Kazakhstan, in Kazakh. By the way, it's going to be provided free to all universities in Kazakhstan, e-version. So I would like to actually ask you to read these books. And these books will change your life. And you will see new opportunities of these technologies. And you will, again, can make money honestly, honest money in this new industry, this new dawn of crypto epoch. And because of the mining, there's mining. There's Bitcoin. Because of Bitcoin, there's thousands of crypto exchanges. They're talking about trillions of dollars in volumes. And because of that, we have companies like unicorns that in a couple of years went up to 1 billion in valuation. It's never happened before. It's absolutely unprecedented. Think about it. So many apps, yeah. We have NFTs, we have all this stuff. Yeah. So we have tokenization of economy. We have these meta universes. Think about it. Yeah, based on blockchain. And it's pretty amazing. So in the past, our children used to spend money playing games. Now, children make money playing games. Think about it. So, and because of this technology, you now have an opportunity to, and we're talking about millions and millions and millions of young people. They can do amazing things. And I would like to draw your attention to this industry. I would like to draw your attention to this amazing, the world is changing as we speak. And banking, if it doesn't transform, will die. So the banking as we know it, like taxis, for example, yeah? Think about it. Uber doesn't have any taxis, but it's the biggest one in the world. Yeah? Or Yandex, for example. Technology scaling up. or Airbnb. I mean, the banking will actually face the same crisis. Unless banks transform themselves, they will face extinction. There will be startups that will overthrow them. Like, for example, these two young guys in a garage, for example, as we speak, build a company, and in a couple of years it will be worth 1 billion. Like a Crypto Valley, for example. You know, people from around the world go there that are dreaming of creating a company to change the world. So I'm honestly, I'm really, really happy and proud to be an entrepreneur because we've done so many great projects. And we change the society with charity and whatnot. So, and I see the business is changing the world. And I would like to recommend two books. I've read like thousands of books in my career, and two books that that inspired me. I'd say inspired me. Is the story of Elon Musk and Tesla and the road to the future. So, if you haven't read it, read it. And the second one is by Jeff Bezos. The era of Amazon. So when Elon Musk moved, from South Africa to the United States, and he was doing all sorts of jobs. He had no money, and now his company's worth 1 trillion. So he's doing things that governments couldn't do, national companies couldn't do it, NASA couldn't do it. He made space traveling 10 times cheaper, than NASA. Think about it, and he's a private individual. Jeff Bezos, he started with $10,000. Now he's 1.5 trillion in value. So you read these books and it blows your mind. It blows your mind. So it just creates that fire in your belly. So read these two books about Elon Musk and about Jeff Bezos. So there's so many problems in this world. It's a very, very busy world. But look at who's making this a better place. Businessmen, entrepreneurs. They turn the world for the better. They create new technologies. They steer the world for greater good through technologies. What if we had more entrepreneurs in Kazakhstan? Kazakhstan would be stronger as a country. Yeah? So it's a force for good because we create jobs, we create opportunities, we bring in technologies, we bring investments. Yeah? So we basically create companies that maybe will one day become unicorns. Think about it. So, and I always pleaded with young people, always pleaded. So instead of going and asking to become an employee, you can work for yourself. Why not be yourself made? Why not become the master of your universe and create new jobs? It's amazing to create new jobs. It's all about fear. Yes, people are afraid. Oh, what if I fail? Yes, that's the biggest problem. Fear. Fear basically is a terrible disease for young people. Do not be afraid. Silicon Valley, when investors come to startups, they ask them, okay, how many companies have you failed? So if you haven't yet failed, so they don't give you money because you don't have any real experience, right? You're a theoretician. So it's very, very important to be a practitioner, to try things, trial and error. So if you haven't failed, then you will never be successful. So you need to create a company, make it bankrupt, then try it again, make it bankrupt, and then try and succeed. That's how it happens. That's the only way. So, and that's the kind of companies that attract investments in Silicon Valley. When they say that, learn on other people's mistakes. Sure, but in 29 years of my life, of my companies, yeah, we had ups and downs. I make money and I lose money. I make money again, I lose money. But I'd always get up and go forward. And I received invaluable experience, and that's the price for success. Look at Elon Musk. Look at the kind of mistakes he made. And now everybody's worshiping. Look, read his book. It's absolutely phenomenal what he had to go through. What was his, push? Faith. He had faith. He's a man of faith. Believe in, the outcome. So let me just say that young people here today have an incredible potential. And you see And this we're gonna have Team Draper here, and he says that this nation has an amazing potential, and I believe in it. I meet young people in Kazakhstan for the past 15, 20 years. I see an amazing potential. I see they have fire in the belly. They speak 3 languages fluently. They're advanced. They're moving forward, and they're passionate. They want to change the world. Yes, I do. I believe that not everyone, of course, will get the chance, but we have this new Kazakhstan. We're building new Kazakhstan, fair and just Kazakhstan. President spoke earlier today about this new Kazakhstan, the new era, and think about it. We can now do business at a totally different level, better than ever. Yes, and we had difficulties, of course, and all that. I'm not going to, dwell on that. But today, let me just say that our country gives opportunity to anyone to do amazing things, things that you want to do. Dream big, chase your dreams. They say American dream, yeah? Somebody said, why not Kazakhstan dream? Yeah, they have American dream, we can have Kazakh dream. I was in the United States, and the same people, yeah, I will see young guys from Kazakhstan, they create global companies in America. They go through IPOs and whatnot, they go to India, stuff like that. So we can do the same. Thank you, Islambek. And let's have a couple of minutes for questions. And maybe let me wrap it up by saying that I believe in the youth of Kazakhstan. I believe in young people of Kazakhstan. I believe that the next 30 years, you guys can make this country a very prosperous place. Thank you very much. Maybe you have any questions to Islambek, and that would be very, very useful, guys.
Валюты, может быть, кто-то мечтает стать специалистом в этой области. Ну уже?
Предпринимателем в этой области.
Предпринимателем. Мы смеялись до вашего выступления. Я говорю, для меня даже само это слово криптовалюта до сих пор еще непривычно произносить. И вот пока кто-то не может это произнести, другие уже строят целые империи, делают бизнес, общаются со всеми специалистами со всего мира. Это очень здорово. Что насчет вопросов, ребята? Так, можно микрофон, пожалуйста? Так, поднимите руку здесь. Нам очень... Вот, у нас есть поднятая рука. Несут вам микрофон. Отлично.
Спасибо большое за воодушевляющий.
We seem to have a question. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very inspirational speech. But what about banks? What kind of future? Are you saying the banks will become extinct? I said that those banks that are flexible will survive. Banks that will, transform will survive. If not, then they will become extinct. Yeah, it's a very black and white situation for them, unfortunately. I mean, traditional incumbent banks, those who want to be a bank, there will be on banks, there will be crypto banking, there will be e-banking, open banking, whatever. Digital banks will remain. Incumbents will cease to. We just don't need it. We don't need it. In the new digital era, we just don't need it. Any other questions? Well, it's actually a very interesting topic, and I believe that during this Nobel Fest, of course, we'll be discussing it big time because, of course, no technology exists in isolation. So definitely we're going to have a new session dedicated to that specifically. Okay, can you tell us a little bit more about your maybe like what is your number one success factor? The one thing that actually made you successful? I believe it's faith. It's faith. I have faith. I had difficulties in my life, and there will always be difficulties, but I had faith. I'm a man of faith, and difficulties never stop me. And I'm a very persistent person. I persevere. Faith and perseverance. Excellent. And the next question, please. Hello. And other than Bitcoin, what other cryptocurrencies do you have in your portfolio, or maybe do you recommend to buy? That's a great question. And there's so many. There are like 100,000s of cryptocurrencies out there. I mean, Bitcoin is pretty much digital gold. Ethereum would be digital silver. They go up, they go down. There's boom and bust. So, I mean, there's a lot of analytical information online. So, study this and figure out the technology behind a crypto asset and the value of this for people. If there's no value, then it's not going to survive. If it has a wide area application, then this crypto asset has a future. So, a successful cryptocurrency is a currency that has a good technology behind it that is valuable for many people. So, okay, more questions, please. Yeah. Where are you from? And what's your question? I'm local. Oh, yeah, stand up. You're local. Murat is from Astana. He's local, he said. Okay. So, what would you recommend in terms of, based on your experience? Where should I start in terms of my crypto, entrepreneurship? What is the first thing I need to do if I want to be a crypto entrepreneur? Good question. Well, first of all, what do you know about cryptos? What do you know about blockchain? Have you read those 5-10 books? No, have not. No, I have not. You see, there's a problem, my friend. Find the time, take your time to read the book. What are these books? The epoch of cryptocurrency, technology of blockchain, the Internet of Things, Internet of Money, etc. So we have an association. Go to our website. We have a representative, by the way, the chairman of our association. Come to us. Go to our website. And I recently gave an interview, of course, and I showed those books. Read those books. They're available. They're cheap, and we translated it into Kazakh and Russian language. So read that. So first thing you need to do, just read the books. To understand the technology. And then as you read the books, you will figure it out, whether you're going to do mining, whether it's going to be trading, whether it's going to be custody services, lending services, whatever. It's a huge, new, deep blue ocean. Thank you. I would definitely have this SMM. Yeah, repost it. Yeah. We will definitely repost it, like your official recommendations for the books. Good. Excellent. Next question, please. Yes. Hello, Mr. Islambek. My question to you is just to look when we talk about Kazakh education, and I was wondering if there is a centralized Kazakh education, because the students, that are getting educated. So where do they go for knowledge? You mean blockchain or just generally? So I mean, to be honest with you, these are new technologies, and there's no one centralized source. I mean, it's a new area. No university will give you full knowledge. So come to us, come to our association. You know that we've translated some of the best books into Kazakh and Russian, so we're currently in negotiations to do more. And like I said, I wouldn't say there's one centralized location, right? There's no one hub. There are many hubs, but we're working on this. And like I said, you can go to our website. You'll find a lot of information there. But there's no one centralized location for getting crypto education so far. No, not yet. Maybe in the future. Hello, my name is Nazira. So my question is the following. I was wondering if, as a young entrepreneur, what would you recommend? Like, what trend should I bet on, like, the next 5 or 10 years? I mean, other than, Bitcoin and blockchain and whatnot, what should I bet? Well, it's not about Bitcoin. It's about big trends. Here's the problem. Think about it. Like, for the past 15, 20 years, look at where people go. They want to be a lawyer. They want to be an economist. I know taxi drivers that are both lawyers and economists, and they drive Uber. Why? Because nobody gives a damn about it. There's too many. It's an oversupply of economists because everybody wants to be an economist. Look at the trend. Don't just go where your friends go. Look at technology, for example. Look at blockchain. It's a mega trend. It's a powerful trend. So if you know this, even if you're not educated professionally, then you will find job anywhere in the world. Internet of Things, IoT, artificial intelligence, for example, augmented reality, things like that. So, or machine learning, for example, or like biotech, etc. All this stuff, it is a big trend, and they're so ubiquitous. You can go to any area, any industry, and you will find application of this. So, study what is needed now, not what is dying out. Like tens of, maybe hundreds of different jobs will die out. They will not be needed. So follow the trend, follow the white rabbit. Yeah, and the world goes from traditional to digital. Follow the trail, follow the crumb trail. Well, and maybe one last question, yeah, and then we're gonna move on to the next presentation. What about the stock market? Will it be there in the future? Well, it will be different for sure, because there's the traditional stock market and there's the crypto market, right? And of course, it's transforming, but stocks will be there. I mean, people trade stocks and will continue to trade stocks, but I mean, there will be some more digitalization in this area, but I think it will remain. Thank you for this question. So we're actually doing this overtime. Thank you for your very inspirational speech, and I hope that all of your dreams come true. And of course, more power to you. And of course, you're doing a lot of great things for the youth. Yes, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. In just 2 years, this Nobel Fest has become truly international, and I truly believe in the future of this project. And because it's a needed project, and it's a great project. I remember when we used to, I mean, when was the last time you had an opportunity to listen to Nobel Prize winners? It's pretty amazing. So, continued success. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to continue on the same front, up next, we have an exclusive interview with a venture investor #1 in the world, a crypto billionaire, Team Draper. And that was actually prepared with the help of Kazakhstan Association of Blockchain and Technologies. So, moving on to Team Draper. So, looking forward for the interview by Team Draper.
Good afternoon, team. Really nice to meet you, and thanks for having this name and giving me this opportunity. My name is Yerna Jarkeshev. I'm also representing Kazakhstan Association for Blockchain Technologies here in the US, the association that promotes blockchain and other technologies in Kazakhstan and elsewhere. And clearly, this interview is for the 5th Nobel Fest.
So I've got to tell you that I have had a lot of experience with Kazakhstan. We are working with the Kazakhstan government on promoting and creating an ecosystem for entrepreneurship. We think that Kazakhstan has great potential, and this will be a really interesting time. We're seeing a lot of interesting entrepreneurs from around the world that are recognizing Kazakhstan as potentially as a hub. And we're trying to make that happen. We've built ecosystems in other countries, and it's worked out very well. So I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you. So kind of you. And it's actually Kazakhstan's initiative to actually launch the Nobel Fest. And this year, we have the 5th Nobel Fest, which is internationally recognized and held actually across various geographies, stretching from Uganda to Bangladesh, with several studios across the world, and with the main studio in Kazakhstan live right now. And Nobel Fest actually brings together Nobel Prize winners, breakthrough winners, eminent scientists, experts, and business visionaries like yourself, with only one important message. Everyone should have a chance to access and benefit from global knowledge. I want to express you my gratitude for this wonderful opportunity and for supporting this initiative. I know that you and your family, with your father, are the founders of the venture capital investments, not only in the US but actually in the world.
Well, my grandfather was the first Silicon Valley venture capitalist.
Exactly.
My father was a venture capitalist, a great pioneer
Exactly.
venture capitalist, and then he was also the administrator of the UN Development Program, a big part of the United Nations.
Exactly. So I think that these three generations of your family have been really promoting the solutions that are impacting everyday lives of billions of people around the globe. So let's come to your success story. Tim, you have an outstanding business portfolio over the last 20 years especially. What motivates and inspires you to continue your success story?
Well, success breeds success. We have really been fortunate in that I kind of have an instinct for an entrepreneur and what an entrepreneur is and thinks about. Often the entrepreneur is willing to look a little bit off the track. Most people like to just stay in their lane. A good entrepreneur is willing to say, hey, is this the best way to do it, or is there a better way to do it? And so I look for that in people, and I love that. But once we started to have success, I realized what a huge impact that these entrepreneurs could have on the world. When we did Hotmail, we didn't realize that we were moving communications around the world for free. Before that, if I were to try to get a message to you in Kazakhstan from here in the Silicon Valley, I'm not sure it would have actually ever gotten there.
Right.
Whether, we would have cut down trees, written things on paper, licked poison, put it in an envelope, would have gone in a car to an airplane to, who knows, it might have been on a yak going to Kazakhstan back then. Well, now it's instantaneous. Everybody gets the same information as quickly as it comes out. And that is due to one of our companies, Hotmail. And then Skype made it so that you can see me and we don't even have to be in the same place. It's like you travel instantaneously without having to get on the airplane and going. Those companies have made a huge impact on the world. Tesla might be saving the world. And that was a company we backed just from the very beginning. And now they're worth, I think, $1 trillion in the market cap. But it also is an opportunity for us to travel around on a vehicle that does not use gasoline, and that is a major breakthrough. We think that it's entrepreneurs that are going to make the big impact on the world. And if we've got a climate change issue, it's going to be entrepreneurs that solve it. If we've got a governance issue, it's going to be entrepreneurs that solve it. The problems are always stated by the statespeople, the government officials. They find problems, but the ones who solve these problems are usually entrepreneurs. And they'll solve it for one customer, and then they'll solve it for many customers. And then these things will spread around the world. So yeah, I'm motivated. I want to be in the venture capital business because I get a chance to meet with these people who might have an extraordinary impact on the world.
This brings us, Tim, to the next question about your ability to see the big picture of technological transformations. Could you please share Team Draper's list of technologies that will shape and transform the world in the 21st century? And do you believe they would help against the biggest challenges of humanity?
Yeah, well, I've been able to see certain waves happen. I mean, when the hardware came out, the computer came out, and then the personal computer, those were big breakthroughs, and they started to affect other industries. And then when software came out, started to affect other industry. When the internet came out, it transformed some of the biggest industries in the world: communications, information, gaming, entertainment, media. all these industries were transformed by the internet. Well, now we have another technology. It started with Bitcoin. It's the blockchain and everything around Bitcoin and the blockchain. And those technologies now have the potential to transform not just banking, which is the obvious one, because Bitcoin is a currency that's transparent and open and global. You can use it anywhere, keeps perfect records. It's a great new breakthrough in currency. But also other industries like finance. I can imagine a time where I raise a fund completely in Bitcoin. I invest in entrepreneurs all in Bitcoin. They pay their employees and suppliers all in Bitcoin. And the whole thing in the taxes are taken care of, and the records are kept perfectly on the blockchain. That would be a major breakthrough in finance. So banking, finance, insurance. I think insurance is about to go through a major transformation. We can use the blockchain for insurance. We can use surveillance plus the blockchain, and where right now you pay your premium, and then you have a claim. Well, a great insurance company entrepreneur might figure out that you pay your premiums, but then surveillance can tell them that your house is burning down. They can send you a check before you even knew your house was burning down. Right. That kind of thing can really change insurance. Real estate's going to change because people now can own pieces of buildings through tokenization. And government's going to change. Already governments are competing with one another. When I told your government, the prime minister, your prime minister, about how I was the third Estonian virtual resident, he said, we're going to have a virtual residency program. And I think that has been implemented.
Right.
And so that was competitive governance, governments having to be accountable to their citizens because they want more citizens and they want more income. And so governance is going to change. And there is a new technology there, the DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, that can change the nature of what a government is. And a lot of different companies are experimenting, starting with Tezos, but Jur is changing the way a jury operates. Aragon is showing how a liquid democracy could operate. Governments are going to be able to change in big, huge ways. And so these are the biggest industries in the world: government, real estate, banking, insurance, finance. Those are the biggest industries in the world. Oil is one, but so we're going to see some of the biggest sea changes in the world because of these new technologies around Bitcoin and the blockchain. So this is an exciting time.
Since you already mentioned about the Bitcoin and the crypto world, we're moving now to the crypto world. And 3 years ago, in one of the interviews, you mentioned that Elon Musk was the most impactful entrepreneur in the world. But you also said that if you ask me this question 3 years later, you would say it was Satoshi Nakamoto. So has your view become stronger ever since? And what role cryptocurrencies will play in the future?
Well, I still think Steve Jobs has made a huge impact on our world. Elon Musk has made a huge impact on our world. But I actually think Satoshi Nakamoto may end up being the one who has made the biggest impact on our world longer term, because he is changing the biggest industries in the world. And I think when you have that kind of an impact on the world, you should be the hero. Well, the other thing is that I think that Satoshi has allowed humanity to go through an anthropological leap forward. And the way I would argue that to be the case is currency has already gone through a number of different changes. We started by trading shells with each other, and then it was gold, and then it was the promise of gold, and then it was something that says the government will support you, and now it's even more abstract. It went to credit cards, and now it's Bitcoin. Well, when humans now have a currency where they don't need a trusted third party to operate. So I could send you Bitcoin. I don't need to send it through a bank to another bank. I can just send you Bitcoin. And that peer-to-peer sending of money is an anthropological leap. But the biggest anthropological leap I see is the decentralized autonomous organizations. Because think about this. Think about governance generally. It has always been, there's been a border between two people, and these people say, okay, we'll operate in the way we operate, you operate in the way you operate, and we won't cross that border, you don't cross that border. Well, we have these arbitrary borders. They're geographic. And so each of our countries, our governments have a monopolistic position. And so they have never thought in terms of providing good service for a low cost, the way every business in the world thinks about it. Well, there is getting to be that time where people are able to move, businesses can move, money can move anywhere around the world. And so what does that mean? And that money can be accepted anywhere around the world. Bitcoin is accepted anywhere around the world. Well, what that means is that we citizens are going to be looked at more as customers, and governments are going to be looked at more as businesses, and they're going to have to improve, be accountable to their people. They're going to have to delight their citizens, or the citizens will move to another government. That will bring humanity way up. And the DAOs, the reason I keep bringing up the DAOs is I think about, let's say Jeff Bezos creates Amazon. He builds this business. It's an extraordinary business. And then people start attacking him because of schadenfreude or jealousy or whatever. And because they're saying he's rich and I'm not. Well, what if when you start a business, it's a DAO instead of a corporation? A corporation is for the benefit of the founder, the employees, and the investors generally. And then when it goes public, anybody can buy it. But until then, you know, it's really for those three.
Right.
Well, a DAO can be for the benefit of those three, but it can also be for the benefit of customers and suppliers and the community. And a DAO can be set up in any number of different ways, and that can change the way humanity operates. And if I am a DAO holder of a company like Amazon, I'm saying, go, Jeff, go.
Right.
And if I'm not, then I'm saying, oh, you cut him down, whatever. And so I actually think that the DAO will actually change the whole mindset of humanity down the road. But first, we're going to see governments competing with one another for us, for the money, for the entrepreneurs, for the businesses, for the humans.
Right. You've already zoomed out to a larger picture, and I'm mindful of time. That's why I guess other questions would be in terms of the startups and the investments. And for many years, the Silicon Valley was probably the only place for startups to become truly global. Do you believe today that the birthplace and the geography of startups matters? And how investors like you find future unicorns, and what features should they demonstrate to attract investments?
So here's where I say freedom. And I think entrepreneurs of the future, right now, entrepreneurs come to the Silicon Valley because it's free. The country is free. Silicon Valley is 3,000 miles away from Washington, so we don't have regulators breathing down our necks. That freedom makes all the difference for an entrepreneur. the ability to try things, to experiment, and not to have to go fill out forms for regulators. If you're starting a business, you don't want it to fit into the mold that a regulator has created. You want it to create its own mold. You want it to be something entirely different. Let the regulators catch up later.
Right.
And so freedom turns out to be the place entrepreneurs will go. Now that freedom is starting to happen in other countries. And the argument I always make is North and South Korea. North Korea, government-controlled, socialist, communist, military dictatorship, and government tells everybody what to do. Government decides what you get to eat, how you get to live, everything, what you have to do for work. South Korea was free, open system, free market, free speech. They were a democracy, they were a capitalistic society. And now that experiment is now more than 70 years old. And the line that delineated South from North Korea is still there. The demilitarized zone is still there. Very few people have crossed that line. What's happened in 70 years? Well, now the average South Korean makes 460 times what the average North Korean makes. And the average South Korean is now 4 inches taller than the average North Korean. So given those constraints, it's pretty clear that the freedom works. And South Korean entrepreneurs are prevalent. They're everywhere. There's some great South Korean entrepreneurs. Many unicorns have come from South Korea. And the woman I met who has escaped from North Korea said that the government counts out 24 kernels of corn and says, that's your lunch. And that's why they're smaller and starving. And I remember her looking up at me. She was about 4'2" and I'm about 6'4". And she looked up at me and she said, if I had grown up in a free country, I'd be looking you eye to eye.
Right.
And I think that freedom is in lots of different places around the world now. I mean, suddenly El Salvador has become a very free place. And so entrepreneurs are starting to flock to El Salvador. They're making Bitcoin a national currency.
Exactly.
You're starting to see that kind of thing happen. Freedoms start to happen, and entrepreneurs will thrive under those governances. And so that's why I think eventually the governments have to provide services that the people will want. And the people will be able to choose the government that's right for them.
I appreciate the comparisons and the parallels you're drawing to really get the message across. But coming to the talents and education system, the Draper University successfully operates since 2012, and many alumni have become successful startup runners and entrepreneurs. And I wonder if you can share briefly your thoughts on the weaknesses of traditional education and what universities do not give us in order to enable us to become entrepreneurs.
That's great question. I started Draper University thinking that no school has really figured out how to encourage entrepreneurs or create entrepreneurs. And I remember people telling me entrepreneurship can't be taught. And whenever anybody says something can't happen, I always think, how would I do it? If I were to do it, how would I do it? And then I came up with a system and I realized, oh, I've got it. There is a better way to teach students. Students today are from the society way back when, where everybody lines up in seats. They all talk, the one professor talks, everybody takes notes. Then they are tested to make sure that they understood everything that the professor said. And if they make no mistakes, they get an A, they get the high grade. Well, what happens if somebody in the back of the class is sitting there, he gets a bad grade, But he was listening to the professor, and he was also thinking for himself. And he was saying, hey, there's another way to do this, or whatever. The classes today are all about don't make mistakes, but that guy in the back of the class is thinking, I'll take a chance, and if I make a mistake, I'll try something else, and then I'll make another mistake, and then I'll try something else, and I'll be successful. So I think this willingness to fail and to try new things is something that is not well taught in our education system. And I understand it, because if you're a professor, you need control over the class. And if you don't have control over the class, you don't feel like you can teach them anything. But I think that is wrong-headed. And there are lots of ways for you to teach a class. I have learned that a really good way to teach is to break the class into teams of 5 and make them and give them projects. And that has been magic. If they're in a team of 2, they don't think they can accomplish anything. And if they're a team of 10, then people can hide. But if they're 5, they can accomplish anything. And it's amazing. I have given challenges where I thought this is going to be impossible. And it turns out it's not impossible. And they come back and they say, done.
Now, you're already talking about the motivation for the audience, and a lot of participants of Nobel Fest are young or future entrepreneurs. And so please share your wisdom, what it takes to be a successful entrepreneur in this rapidly changing, technologically intense world.
Well, you know what's interesting is in some ways, a bear market is good for entrepreneurs, because when it's a bull market, anyone can go ahead and start a business, and they just convince somebody to give them money, and then they get money, and then they go. But if you really want to build a great business, not a good business, but a great business, then you need to start it from scratch and do it to delight your customer, to make your customer feel that certain vibe that you're trying to send so hard that they then become your sales force. And I think that only happens in a bear market. I think when money's not easily available, when money's not running rampant, it's much easier to start thinking, how do I get my customer to pay me money? And that is the best way to build a business. Make your customer delighted, so delighted that they become your sales force.
Mr. Draper, thank you so much for your time and your brilliant insights. We admire your passion, your motivation to so many people around the world, and we wish you every success in your endeavors as well. So thank you.
Terrific. Very great to see you, and go Kazakhstan.
Thank you.
Ну что ж, друзья.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, joining us today is Gina Scholler, the Minister of Happiness, and she's going to share the unique sense of how to replenish your energy during an acute level of stress. And then, live, joining us, of course, someone who is behind science and technology, the founder of crystallography commission, Dr. Artyom Aganov, is going to share some amazing discoveries in science and traveling to the depth of the earth. So, and right now we're going to have a very short coffee break, but please come back after this very important message.
Probably the most important thing for mankind, which is the happiness in time of crisis. And
Итак, ну что ж, давайте поговорим с вами о счастье. Что такое счастье? Счастье, на самом деле, смысл жизни. Если уж так говорить. Вопрос.
how to solve problems in your life, how to deal with the crisis in your life, and how to gain strength, mental health, and strengthen your mental health in order to get the resistance to bad days. And all these questions and more will be answered by our today's speaker, who is a trainer and coach from Germany. And also she is an author of the book, A 30-Minute Life Design. And she's a minister of happiness. And also how once an old stranger, old woman in the supermarket called her, she's an angel. Please meet Miss Dinara. Guten Tag.
Hi, thank you, Sabina. Thank you for the nice invitation and introduction. And I'm really glad to talk to you the next 30 minutes and give you some impulses, some insights into the positive psychology. So hi, everyone. Hi to Kazakhstan. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm more than happy that I can be part of this year's Nobel Fest, at least digitally, because I'm pregnant right now. I couldn't make the big trip from Germany to Kazakhstan, but hopefully next year there will be the chance again. I'm already very excited about the following session, but before I jump in right into the topic, I would like to introduce myself first a little bit. As Sabina already says, I'm Gina Schöler. I'm from Germany and the so-called founder from the initiative called Ministry of Happiness and Well-Being here in the German-speaking countries, which apparently turns 10 years this November. Unbelievable. And with this initiative, we create awareness for very important social issues, such as already mentioned, mental health, life satisfaction. And we do encourage people to focus on the really important questions of life, which are, for example, in which world do we really want to live in? What does count in life? What values are important to us as individuals, and of course in society and in the wider society in the world. For me personally, it is super important to equip people with ideas, with impulses, with inspirations from the wide and super interesting field of positive psychology and the happiness research that are both scientifically super well founded and close to everyday life. And this makes it so interesting for me. And because I believe that every one of us can easily take the good life into your own hands, at least to a certain extent, you just have to know how to do it. And that's what you can expect from this session, from these 30 minutes from my talk. I give you a lot of input from science, from the happiness research, but at the same time, I'm trying to share, I give you some starting points on how you can make your life a little bit more mindful and hopefully a little bit more happy by following some very, very simple methods and tips and tricks. And I will start with a rhetorical question, and I ask you from one heart to another, what is the biggest enemy of our well-being and of our mental health. And there's a little hint. It is a feeling that every one of you knows for sure. We sometimes experience this feeling at work, when we have troubles at home, or maybe when we miss a train, or when we are stuck in traffic. And the answer is very simple. The feeling is stress. And especially in these times, which are crazy, times full of turbulences and crisis all around, we feel a lot of pressure and we feel a lot of stress, like physical stress and emotional stress on the outside and on the inside. So feel free to ask yourself, to have a little check-in. When was the last time you were really stressed out? You were really under pressure? What was the situation? What was the person? What was the thing that got you so stressed out? Was it maybe a lecture? Was it an approaching deadline? Was it traffic on the way to work? Maybe was it a mishap or an emotional struggle at home? Or maybe on a bigger picture, the whole world situation. In Germany, we call it Weltschmerz. It's a very famous word worldwide. And as we all know, yeah, stress is omnipresent in today's society. And I'm sure it's not only in the society of Germany, you may know it in Kazakhstan as well. In this world full of tasks and to-dos and expectations and performance pressure and higher, faster, more, in this world we live in. And there's an annual global emotions report by the polling institute Gallup. You might have heard of it. We have, and this polling institute, this annual report, it says that we have now reached a new high on terms of global stress levels. And it says that more than 1/3 of 150,000 respondents from more than 140 countries worldwide, they said they suffer from stress. And honestly, that doesn't surprise me at all, because sometimes I have the feeling that, yeah, the world we live in today, it went off the rails. The pandemic, the wars, the climate crisis all around, the burden of political, social, environmental issues, it lies heavily on our shoulders, to be honest. And I'm feeling the same, even if I'm so deep into the positive psychology and I'm working on happiness since 10 years, it is heavy and it is not easy nowadays to stay optimistic, to be honest. So the obvious questions are, how can we cope with all the bad news around? And how can we manage not buckle under the resulting stress? How can we build up our so-called resilience to get better through these crazy times and live well, more or less, or at least stay mentally healthy in a world full of uncertainty? The fact is, every one of us struggles in their own way. And there's one important message I want to give you. Nevertheless, I don't care where you live, how old you are, where you're coming from, what religion you have, whatsoever. It's okay not to be okay, especially nowadays. And it's okay to have struggles, and it's okay to have problems, and it's okay to feel not happy in these days. And we all have our baggage to carry and very individual moments that throw us off track every now and then. And according to surveys, the biggest stress factors include, and I will show you, one big stress factor, as you might guess, is an overload in job and studies and school. There is a super high demand of expectations of oneself. We always want to win. We always want more. We want to achieve goals. We want to have a great career or whatsoever. We always want this higher, faster, more. This is another big factor of our personal stress. Maybe you have a beloved person in your personal environment, maybe a family member or a friend which suffers from illness. This is another emotional stress factor. Or maybe you have conflicts in the partnership or in the family. And this is a big struggle we have to deal with every day. Or you might know this as well. I do, actually, to be honest. Maybe you have too many appointments, you have too less time, you have too many obligations, and lack of compensation in leisure time. And as you can see and feel and hear, it's too much. It's too much going on. It's too much for our soul to handle all that. And the trigger of stress often results from the big expectations that either we ourselves or our environment have on us. After all, we want to live up to everyone's expectations, and we want that no one is disappointed. So what we do, and this is not very healthy for our mental health, what we do is we spin one round after another in the very famous hamster wheel. We are often inside of that in our everyday lives. Nevertheless, it's in your private life or in your job life. And because of that, we lose the connection to ourselves. We lose the connection to our feelings, to our needs, and to our truth self. And the thing is, it's not even entirely our own fault. After all, of course, we are shaped by the society that surrounds us. I was born and raised here in Germany. And as you might know, the German society is really much performance driven. And this understanding is passed on from one generation to the next. So it's super important to fit in and to function. And what you should know is achievement per se is not necessarily a bad thing, because humans are a motivated species. We want to perform and we want to satisfy our need for achievement. But the thing is, this attitude can also tip over if one crosses his or her red line. So a performance-driven society is not bad in general, but it needs limits, and it needs the ability to set healthy boundaries, to know your personal resources. It is important and healthy to learn how to say no or stop every now and then. And otherwise, if we don't do that, we are maybe no longer human beings, but we mutate to some kind of human doings. And this is not the goal we want to reach. Somehow, I don't know how, but we have forgotten how to shift into this idle state. We maybe forgot how to let go and relax, and maybe to simply do nothing. It sounds so easy, but it's so hard. We have forgotten to accomplish nothing, and this is the turning point, still be worth something even if we do nothing. We forgot how not to be productive, and even, and this is the tricky part, even be bored. And the fun fact is, boredom is super important and healthy, because boredom leads to creativity and innovation. But on the other side, we are like programmed to function and deliver always and everywhere. And as you might understand and might see and feel, this approach to life does mean stress, of course, because if you believe you have to perform and function all the time, you will always find for sure something to do to bridge any small potential break, to take a pause and to take a breath. So in this world, in my opinion, in this world, doing nothing could be a sign of rebellion. especially when everyone and everything is spinning around so fast and so crazy around during these days. So let's be small rebels for, for 1 minute. And I invite you to do nothing but take a deep breath for 60 seconds and just sit down, relax your shoulders, breathe down to your belly, and enjoy the moment for yourself. Enjoy the silence. Let's try this out. You might close your eyes. Think about how you're feeling right now. Feel the ground under your feet. And just take your time. As easy as that. It feels great, doesn't it? What happens in our brain when we feel stressed out, when we feel the stress? And the question is, what is good stress and is bad stress? There's this mechanism that is unwound in our brain when we feel stress, and this is not inherently bad. In the first place, stress is actually harmless and even, and this is an interesting fact, even essential for our lives. When we are in a stressful situation, our body prepares us for a threat. And this is an evolutionary reaction, of course. What used to be the good old saber-toothed tiger is now maybe a lecture, a project deadline, traffic jam, or the so-called world situation, the Weltschmerz. When we are stressed, our brain stimulates the release of a bunch of hormones such as cortisol or adrenaline in a very short time. And as a result, our senses are sharpened. We are ready to perform. We are ready to jump, to fight or flight at our best, to perform at our best in the blink of an eye. And at the same time, our breathing becomes faster. That's why it's important to take time and take a deep breath. Our heart starts pounding and our hands get sweaty. In charge for that reaction, our autonomic nervous system, or rather the sympathetic nervous system, which regulates all these body functions, is in our stressful situations, in the stressful phases. By the way, the counterpart of the so-called sympathetic nervous system is the parasympathetic nervous system. It's a hard word. And this takes over responsibility for our organ activity, for our relaxation when our body is in rest phases. Unfortunately, we have nothing to gain from it if it is not allowed to control our body functions from time to time and provide us with rest and balance. So what we could do is to take a closer look on how balanced our nervous system is. Do we focus on the sympathetic nervous system, like let's go, let's move on, let's run in the hamster wheel? Or do we focus every now and then on the parasympathetic nervous system to take time, to calm down, to let your body relax and reload energy for difficult times? So it's all about, in the end, it's all about balance again, and not forget about the rest phases. And I know it's super hard. I'm also a person who runs every day and who wants to save the world and has a lot of energy. And I have to remind myself also to just take a break, and just 1 minute at least. Usually stressful situations also normally have an end. And and then tension and excitement subside. In this short-lasting phase, stress can even be perceived as strengthening. And this is why we often talk about Eustress. I don't know the English pronunciation, but it's written like Eustress. I can write it down in the chat section if you're interested in that. It's also called the positive stress. But the thing is, if we are permanently stressed, however, our body remains on alert all the time. And as a result, stress-related hormones in the blood and the blood pressure remain high and no longer reach normal healthy levels. And we then talk about the so-called distress, which is the negative stress. So eustress is the positive stress and distress is the negative stress. But it's not a bad thing in general. In fact, it's just supposed to help us release enough energy at just the right time and to increase our performance in the short term so that we survive. This is nice from the evolution. But this cannot be denied. Permanent stress, of course, is harmful to our health. And the consequences can range from increased blood pressure to an increased risk of dying from heart attack or maybe strokes. And of course, mental illnesses such as burnout or depression, as you might also know. And it is not necessarily the stress itself that burdens us and makes us sick in the long run, but rather our attitude, our perspective towards stress, the framing we give these situations. So the question is, how can we change that perspective? How can we change that point of view? And maybe it's all about managing these hard situations and all these challenges we have to face nowadays. When I look at my personal environment and the society in which I live in, I think it's super high time for a change in values, away from the permanent pressure towards a self-determined and more intuitive and natural living and life. And in this way, we promote not only our mental health, but also social and environmental sustainability. And the thing is, how can we initiate this change in values? And first and foremost, we should start the change, as always, within ourselves. And I really do appreciate the principle called fill your cup first, because only those who take good care of themselves and who invest enough time and energy and resources in their own mental health, in their own resilience and well-being, can also be in the power to be an important support and source of energy for other people, especially in difficult times. And if you're able to fill your cup first and have enough energy and power, you can act as a role model and show others how important and sometimes easy it is to say no every now and then. You remember this? Because every no is also a yes to yourself. So it's really important to set healthy boundaries. And in order to strengthen our psychological protective shield, which is resilience, there's a very simple formula that we can use as a guideline. And it's called, let me show you, so it's easy to remember. It's called HERO. And HERO is an acronym and it stands for hope, efficiency, resilience, and last but not least, optimism. And all these, I will copy and paste you that too in the chat section. And all these puzzle pieces have a positive effect on our perception of stress and allow us to get through these times more calmly. And this is what we need, especially in times of crisis. And let me give you some insights why HERO is so important. So let's talk about hope. Hope is our driving force and energy that we need to pursue our goals, and it gives us the necessary determination to continue with them, even after some setbacks. And it can also, and this is scientifically proven, mobilize enormous self-healing powers. Efficiency or self-efficacy means having this inner conviction that we can master even difficult and challenging situations well, and that we can do so out of our own strength and power. And yeah, this efficiency is some kind of a guarantee we give ourselves that even if everything around us falters and is unsure and unsafe, we can still count on ourselves, on our competences, on our abilities and talents and strengths. And resilience is a super abstract word. It is the ability to overcome setbacks and grow from negative experience, more or less. I always imagine it as a sponge that can be easily squeezed, obviously, but as soon as the pressure is off, it immediately springs back into its original shape. So, and resilience works a little similar like that. Yeah, and last but not least, optimism, of course, as I already said, it's not really easy nowadays, but we really do need it more than ever. And optimistic people look positively into the future. They are solution-oriented, they are creative, they know that they can contribute to good life themselves. However, being optimistic, and this is important for me to say because it's a big misunderstanding which comes along with happiness and well-being. And optimism does not mean that we walk through life with these famous rose-colored or rose-tinted glasses. Optimism means having, like a fundamentally positive attitude towards life and not losing hope for a good ending, even in difficult situations. And it's also healthy. It makes sense to practice being optimistic even now, because there are researchers from Norway, and they found out that an optimistic way of living, it said it should increase the life expectancy up to 20%. So it's worth it to work on it. So much for the theory, but how exactly can we put this into action and into practice now? How can we activate the little hero in us? I think the first step is to recognize and to accept the difficult situations. First of all, it's about recognizing a stressful or burdensome situation and then accepting it without judging the situation, without judging the feeling you might have. And this is not easy. Because negative feelings like stress, fear, anxiety, whatever you're feeling right now, these so-called negative feelings, they have an absolute right to exist. And this is important to say, because otherwise we are acting the toxic positivity, and this is not healthy for our mental health as well. And these feelings, they try to guide and they try to protect us. Accordingly, we should also allow them and not suppress them, because maybe some inner voice or some inner critics whispers to us and judges us like, don't be like that, don't feel like that, and so on. And once we have accomplished this stadium of acceptance, we can consider what we can change about the situation or what is maybe beyond our control. And this is important because it saves us an enormous amount of energy and time that we would otherwise waste getting upset about something that is not within our personal sphere of influence. And maybe in the end, it's all about reflection and getting to know all the facets of your life and all the facets of your character, and your personal well-being. In order to do that, we should get to know what we really want in the first place. So take your time and take your space to sit down and reflect on your status quo every now and then. Listen deeply to yourself, to your needs, to your feelings, to your emotions, and ask yourself honestly, how am I really doing right now? Am I happy with the way things are going? What is on my mind? What do I need in the very next moment? And then the important next step would be take action. Whether it's quitting the job, I don't care. Maybe it's a job you're sacrificing for. Maybe it's ending the toxic relationship, getting professional support for your career, getting professional support for your mental health. At least get active in your own sphere of influence. And during all these things you could do, don't forget to celebrate your small and bigger successes. Because in times of crisis, it can help to look back at past successes and to remember what you already have mastered, what you already have done, what already went well, because that is usually much more than we expect of ourselves. What helps me personally to remember my successes in difficult phases, especially when the little person pops up on my shoulder, like with all the criticism and what I should do and not do, I regularly write down special moments when something great has happened to me, or when I was proud of myself, or I collect positive feedback. And I write these things down and collect it in some kind of a happiness jar. And you could do the same and collect these moments in a little glass or whatsoever on a board in your office or at your home, maybe together with your colleagues or friends or family. Just get any idea how to collect your little moments of happiness and successes, to have a look at it and to gain energy during phases that are not so easy to you. And this brings me to the next part. Identify your happiness resources. Because we will, sooner or later, we will find ourselves in the next bad situation, in the next stressful situation again, for sure. And we should start investing in our resilience right now. In order to do that, we should become aware of the resources that help us with that. And these resources could be our social network, a healthy body, personal strength, mindful routines, or maybe fulfilling hobbies or fulfilling job or whatsoever. And if we take enough time to reflect on these resources, and not only to reflect, but to put them into action, of our happiness resources in everyday life, we will quickly notice which of them have already helped us out of one crisis or another in the past, and how we can access and use them more easily in the future, in upcoming times. And as I already said, your mental well-being, your mental health. I only have 1 minute left. Let me 2 more minutes. Invest in your social relationships, because as it turns out, by far the most important happiness resource are the people in our environment, are the people we are spending our precious lifetime with. And an appreciative and friendly togetherness is indispensable for this. So I have another play of word for you. Let's move, especially now, from illness, I hope you can see that, from illness to wellness, from I to we. And I love this play of word. So invest in your family and friends, invest in your social network, invest in the people around you, and just take a moment, take time to send them a WhatsApp, to send them an email, to call them, to say how important they are in your life and how they strengthen your personal mental health. And one last little anecdote before I end my talk today. We practiced this before during our 1 minute. We did a little break together. Don't forget to breathe. And this is the most easiest, super fast tip and trick I could give you. And it even helps my 3-year-old son when he's having a big challenge with his overwhelming emotions, or he's finding himself in a difficult situation. I just kneel down to him and whisper to him, slow down and take a deep breath. And he follows me and concentrates, and he inhales the fresh air. And what happens? He immediately calms down in a few seconds. And it's wonderful to see that. And it will help you too. Whether if you're 3 years old or 30 years old or 60 years old, it doesn't matter. We need to calm down. So with this feeling of calming down, taking a deep breath, maybe smiling to yourself and to the people around you, with this feeling, I would like to thank you for your attention. Say a warm goodbye. Thank you for having me. You can find more information on our website. I will show you the link. And if you have any further questions, because it's a big topic, I know there are many side effects. If you have any further questions, please feel free to email us afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Actually, especially me, I have a lot of questions, but unfortunately, we don't have time. And thank you for your words. And I'm sure that among the listeners, there are a lot of people who just take something from you, which will make them happier in the future. And maybe even they make the happier the other people around them.
Yeah.
For that, thank you for speech, and thank you for being here virtually. And thank you, the Nobel Fest, to that opportunity to meet with you and share your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ну что ж, друзья, мы продолжаем Нобелевский.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue this Nobel Fest, and right now I would like to have the founder of crystallography and the head of the Union of Crystallography, Dr. Artyom Luganov, a prominent scientist. Dr. Luganov, let's give a shout out to our next amazing speaker. Dr. Luganov, please, we're waiting for you. Hey everyone, welcome. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. So let me tell you how we actually explore the planet we live in and other planets in solar and beyond solar system, what we know about the planets and what we don't know about these planets, and what we have learned recently because of amazing advanced computation based on quantum physics, mechanics, and design material, which is what I do, crystallography. Okay, let's do it from the very beginning. So, traveling deep into the center of the Earth. What kind of planets are there? Let's recap. I mean solar planet and beyond? Well, all planets are split into types. There's the sort of the so-called stone-based planets like Earth, for example, or Venus or Mars and Mercury. And there are also the so-called giant planets. There are two types of giants. There's Jupiter and Saturn. That's one type. There's Uranus and Neptune, ice giants. That's the other type. What do they consist of? Earth-type planets consist of the iron core and a silicate mantis. Basically, it's like essentially it's a magnum silicate. So it's like a coating, like M&Ms basically, and a thin crust on top. Now, Jupiter and Saturn, basically it's a mix of hydrogen and oxygen and helium. By the way, hydrogen and helium, by the way, are the most common found elements in the world. But Neptune and Uranus are mostly a mix of water, methane, and ammonia. And all these planets are under immense pressure. And the depth, I mean, extreme temperatures. For example, you know that the pressure in the center of Earth is almost about 4,000 centigrade. Think about it. Or if you look at the center of Jupiter or Saturn, the temperatures are enormous and the pressure is much, much higher and much greater. There's also the so-called diamond type. I mean, there are planets that are carbon-based, but I'm not sure that's totally true. Needs to be, verified. But all available knowledge tells us that there are three types of planets. There's the Earth-type planets like Mercury, Venus, Mars. There's Jupiter type, which is a mix of hydrogen and helium, and ice-based planets, both inside the solar and outside the solar system. And by the way, we know more than 5,000 planets outside solar, so-called exoplanets, gas giants and whatnot. So anyways, let's talk about these gas giants or ice giants. So what's so special about them? Yeah, and let's then focus on Earth. Now, like I said, Jupiter and Saturn are basically a mix of hydrogen and helium. You know that hydrogen becomes metallic under high pressure, but helium is not. So helium stays on top, hydrogen goes to the bottom, right? Because pressure acts differently on these two gases. That's the point. And in Jupiter, you can clearly see it. In Saturn, even more so. And that actually produces a lot of energy, heat. That energy becomes kinetic and then produced as heat. And because of that, Jupiter and particularly Saturn has so much luminosity. You can see it from Earth. Neptune, by the way, you can see it from Earth. It actually produces 2 times more light than it receives. Imagine if you actually spend 2 times more than you receive. That means you have extra income. So Neptune has this extra source of heat that creates such luminosity. And 40 years ago, scientists actually assumed something very amazing. That's basically a mix of water and ammonia. And they thought that perhaps methane under high pressure actually decomposes and produces carbon and diamond and pure carbon. And because diamond has higher pressure, so it's crystallic. Yeah, and the whole planet of Neptune is basically liquid. By the way, Jupiter is also liquid. Did you know that? Mostly. So crystals of diamond are precipitating to the bottom, right, in a gaseous and liquidous environment. The same with heat. So it's basically a gravitational pull that becomes heat. So that's what they used to say, and that's how they explain the fact that Neptune is so shiny, and you can see it with the naked eye. Now, when we talk about those systems, essentially Uranus, and Neptune. So, like I said, the carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, etc. So, it's like we can talk about the chemistry of the planet and the chemistry of the atmosphere. We know something about the satellites and the planet itself. What kind of molecules can you find there? Recently, with our students, we decided to create a method to predict stable molecules. But you see it here. It's a map. So N is a number of atoms of hydrogen, carbon, and you see a tremendous number of stable hydrocarbons. And that's what you find in the atmosphere of these planets as well as their satellites. So the map actually explains why organic chemistry is so rich. I mean, look at how many compositions are there. Look at how many molecules are there. Look at how many varieties of molecules are there. So the point is that some of them are quite basic, like C13H9. Yeah, you can clearly see that that's supposed to be magnetic. Why? Because you see that number of electrons is uneven. Can hydrocarbons be magnetic? Weird, right? But if you look at the structure, it's a beautiful structure. Look at how simple, majestic, and beautiful. It's almost like a graphene, right? Almost like it's cut with a knife. It's decorated with carbon. Look, it's almost like even that they use it for it's like a very human design, right? You can see it on the streets, for example. Oh, it turns out that it was known for a long, long time ago. I mean, it actually goes back to 1960, by the way. And this molecule actually is well known in the atmosphere of such giants, giant planets. Now, speaking of hydrocarbons in the depth of the planet under pressure, for example, would this produce diamonds, and which is a weird process of heat generation. Think about it. Neptune generates heat by billions of tons of diamonds precipitating in the gravitational field, and that produces heat. The question: will diamond be stable? We haven't considered. The answer is yes. So, I mean, regular carbons, hydrocarbons, and will actually fall apart. Yeah, and they produce diamonds as part of this process. Now you can see it here. So that's carbon and hydrogen, basic. But if you look at the more advanced, by the way, it took us a couple of years using a supercomputer. It's very difficult to computate, but the result is the same. So it's a very unusual chemical bindings, very complex chemical bindings, but diamond will be there. The diamond is formed. So the most probable explanation for this excessive heat that Neptune generates is the fact that a tremendous number of tons of diamonds precipitate under pressure and gravitational pull. So, but like I said, some of these compounds are very, very unusual. If you look at it, I mean, the structures are very bizarre. So just a couple of words about the pressure, because pressure is to do with all planets, including Earth. I mean, you know that in the universe there are a tremendous range of pressures. Some have hundreds of gigapascals. Like Mars, for example, 25 gigapascals maximum pressure. Yeah, so Earth has 364 gigapascals, like 5,000 gigapascals, depending on the planet. Yeah, but these are just tremendous pressures. To create this kind of pressure, you need to take 200 African elephants and take the total weight and apply it to 1 square centimeter. So that's 100 gigapascals. 100 gigapascals is 1 million atmospheres. That's the pressure. So, and that's the kind of pressures that we see. Now, what happens with these kind of pressures? Well, classic chemistry doesn't work anymore. The rules of chemistry don't. For example, sodium, yeah, is no longer a metal. It becomes translucent. It becomes non-metallic crystal. Yeah, we predicted it and we proved it experimentally. Actually, see a picture. It's a sample of orange tinted translucent sodium, non-metallic. And you also know that oxygen becomes superconductor. I mean, oxygen is not a metal, but apply million pounds of Pascal pressure and it becomes superconductor. Phosphorus and other elements become superconductive. Amazing. Now, if you produce dozens of millions of atmospheres of pressure. Even back in the Soviet Union, we had amazing works by the Soviet and then the Russian physicist called Levar Schuler. When you apply tens of millions of pascals of pressure, the table of periodic elements doesn't work anymore. It just becomes even. Properties disappear. So that basically means that chemistry as we know it no longer exists, because periodicity has to do with atoms, right, with SPDF, right, and they disappear. Instead, you get electronic gas, and that's not chemistry, that's physics. So chemistry has its boundaries. And that's what happens when you apply pressure, extreme pressure, but we need to know it, and we need to use it every time we try to learn more about Earth and other planets. What exactly do we know about it? Well, we know something. Yeah, we know there's a well. The deepest well ever was drilled back in the Soviet Union. It was 12 kilometers. But 12 kilometers is nothing, because you know that Earth has more than 6,000 miles. Yeah, it's like a prick on the surface of a big watermelon. And we can't reach deeper, right? Because it's too deep. We can sample some of these elements from 12 kilometers, but that's pretty much it. We can't drill further. There's only that much that we can drill. We can't go lower. Like, for example, some of the elements that are deeper in the crust, we don't have it. We can't reach there. What do we do? How do we do that? As science and as scientists, of course, we need to look at our sensory perceptions. We have eyes, we have fingers, we have ears, we have smell, we have tongue, we have touch, we have chemical analysis, and of course, we have a brain. That's pretty much it. So the point is that we can't use most of these things. Why? Because we don't hold this element in the hands. It's deep, deep inside the earth, but we can listen to it. We can listen to the distribution of sound waves through the earth. If, for example, there's a certain magnitude of earthquake, yeah, it creates shock waves, and these waves, these sound waves, penetrate different depth with different speed. You can register it using a seismographic instrument, which is well known, right? This is what people do. By analyzing this data, you can then calculate the density of rock and the change in density with depth and the speed of distribution. I mean, and this gives us a lot of information, and that's how people, for example, have learned that the Earth's core is metallic, that outside there's a molten lava, but inside there's a hard shell, that there's actually a number of layers, and inside it's like a cabbage, basically. It has layers and layers and layers. Some of them are liquid, some of them are hard. And we also know the composition of the solar system. We actually know, at first approximation based on the meteor data, average composition of our planet, give or take. Because inside Earth there was a chemical differentiation. The Earth's crust is mostly 100% metal nickel alloy, then the silicate outside, and then all other elements that precipitated on top. Okay? That's how it happened. Now, the composition of the Earth's crust you can actually identify with high level of precision, but when it comes to the actual mantis as well as the core of the Earth, that's difficult. So we understand how with certain depth we understand the pressure at different depths, but temperature, that's the problem. We don't know it exactly. And by the way, that was one of my PhD results. The picture on top, I took it from my PhD work. You see the distribution of average temperatures with depth from minimum to maximum. And it's an amazing result. Think about it. If you look at the bottom, which is almost 3,000 kilometers deep, so the contrast between cold and hot parts is a delta of 2,000 degrees. Can you imagine that? The mantis is cold under Japan, but it's hot under Iceland. If you take a thermometer and measure 2,000 degrees different at the same depth underneath Japan and underneath Iceland, how is it possible? Why is there such a range? Okay, you can also calculate the conductivity of heat, heat conduction. And we had, of course, to struggle a little bit, and we developed our own method. And it turns out that mantis, which is the blanket on the hot core, is basically, it's like a heat insulation on the very, very, very hot molten core. So the mantis is like a blanket, it's basically heat insulator. And because it doesn't conduct heat very well, so the temperatures, they level off very, very slowly. So across billions of years, you can have areas that are extremely cold versus areas that are extremely hot, like Japan versus Iceland, sorry. They're quite far apart. It's about 8 terawatts of heat that is transmitted from the core to the mantis. By the way, and this goes very, very well with other research. For example, here, different curves that show actually how much heat the Earth receives from the deep core, and etc., etc. So anyways, and by the way, this picture has a very important element. The amount of heat that we receive from the core or is transmitted from different parts actually used to vary across history. I mean, tremendously, by a factor of X. Now, processes that are happening on Earth can be very different from what used to happen in the very beginning of the planet. Different moving parts and very different in magnitude. And this is important to know. Now, what's happening on Earth right now? Well, it is the so-called tectonics, basically. Earth's core, as you know, has tectonic plates, are quite hard, and they actually move. And they're moved by convection force. The mantis is the hard shell, and it moves slowly, about 1 centimeter per year, and it actually flows. It flows. It's not settled. It flows. Yeah, it's like hot goes up, cold goes down. Yeah, and it basically fractures the Earth's crust in certain places, and then, put it back together. Yeah, depending on whether it's hot or cold. So, and that's what we know. I mean, AKA volcano. And that's why we have mountains and we have continental drift. We have volcanoes. We have earthquakes, where these tectonic plates collide, etc. And also, by the way, life itself. They say that life was actually born in relation to this convection force, and that's why we have magnetic field. By the way, we also know. First approximation, the mineralic composition. We know what kind of minerals at what depth in our planet. We know this, and right now, let me also share a couple of stories. First one is a recent one. They discovered recently a brand new mineral that was previously unknown. And the second story about the way theoretical people like me predict new chemicals that can change our perception of what we know. Well, so this layer, which is like a muddy green color, so it's called D double apostrophe. And it's very uneven. It can be very thin or disappearing, or it can be very thick, like 300 kilometers. Yeah? It's like, imagine, it's like mountains, like inside. Inside we have mountains inside the Earth. And it has unique properties that scientists have been pondering on for years. Why? Because the point is that this heat actually comes out from those areas. So what's happening there? What kind of minerals does it consist of? Is it composed of? And scientists have been struggling for years, but then, lo and behold, my work and the Japanese work actually comes out in Science, and almost simultaneously we describe the new mineral. Yeah, you can see the formula here. I told you that the mantis is composed out of silicate. So it turns out that it actually has a new modification. So that is formed only when a super high pressure is applied. And it's a layered structure and very unusual chemical properties. And it turns out that these chemical properties actually explain all the anomalies that we've known across this D double apostrophe layer, and it depends on temperature. For example, when the temperature is very high, this phase is destabilized, and this D layer becomes very thin or disappears. But where the temperature is lower, colder, it becomes stabilized, right? And the thickness goes up. For example, on the Japanese, the layer is very thick, and Iceland is very thin. So the conclusion that it begs is that it's growing right now as the Earth is chilling, is cooling. So these D layers, so the Earth's structure is not a constant; it's changing over time. The conclusion here, the basic conclusion here, based on this picture, is that small planets like Mars and Mercury, this layer is impossible to have. So it's different if in cross section from the Earth. And on top of that, if we know, what temperature affects stability of the layer, we can basically calculate the difference in temperatures between the extreme hot and extreme cold. And the difference is 2000 degrees, which is exactly what we've discovered. And we discovered it through a totally different method. So essentially, that's the mineralic model of the Earth. So this new mineral that we've discovered, which is the lower level of the mantis. And this discovery was made in 2004, and basically many things that are happening right now. The fact that the Earth's mantis convection is speeding up, and because of that, you're now seeing new life, because life is based on those elements that are carried by those convection flows, like carbon, for example, is taken from the very depth of the Earth to the surface. Well, time will tell. But right now, I would like to talk about the second thing, which is how predicting new scientific elements can actually change our perception of what Earth is going to be in the future. Helium. Helium was supposed to be chemically inert. They used to say that helium doesn't, couple with anything. But we recently published a work, and we experimentally showed that actually under pressure, helium is actually not inert. It actually creates good bonding with sodium, for example. You see here you have a real picture for this. This is X-ray refraction. So this was produced in our laboratory. So it's all about pressure. And then we also predicted, and I'm sure that we will find an explanation and proof of other compounds, not just helium. So elements, it's like you open the Pandora box, showing that, look, helium is only inert under normal pressure, but we predicted a whole bunch of new combinations that at actually quite moderate pressure can create new shapes. So they used to think that because helium is inert, it's supposed to leave the Earth mantis. But now we know that it can sit deep down inside the Earth, bound with other substances, elements. Now, because of the pressure. And it turns out that, magnesium and silicium O2, for example, depending on the pressure, or magnesium oxide, for example. It's not that simple. Certain elements from the classic standpoint are quite impossible, but it's actually stable because of the pressure. So certain carbon-based compounds, though impossible to form under normal pressure, become very stable under extreme pressure. And finally, I would like to tell you about the origin of water on Earth. And it actually has to do with very, very exotic compounds. Have a look. Life is impossible without water. Would you agree? Yeah, I mean, Earth is mostly covered with water. It's a very wet planet. And we see it as basically, we give it as is. Yeah, but where does Earth, where does water come from? Let's go back to the very origins of Earth. It was a very hot planet. Yeah, it was very hot planet. It was bombarded by asteroids. Think about it, yeah, and every collision that creates tons of heat, right? An asteroid like this one, like if it's like a 10-15 kilometer asteroid hit the Earth and destroyed dinosaurs. Can you imagine the kind of impact it produced? And then during the first several million years of its origin, Earth has been hit by many big asteroids, one of them actually as big as planet Mars. Can you imagine that? There's a lot of, so this Mars hit the planet, it's called Dea, the planet of Dea. And it changed the rotation of the Earth. It actually took some of the Earth's element onto the orbit and actually evaporate a lot of the Earth's mantis, and that became the moon, actually. That's the theory, that it was a big planet asteroid that hit the Earth and actually created the moon, which is a weird thing, but it's actually accepted very well in the scientific community. Yeah, I mean, it's been around as long as I live. So, and still nobody has managed to actually prove any different. So can you imagine the amount of heat produced when one planet hit the other, when matter is molten and is evaporated? Think about it. We go down to 500, 600, 1,000 kilometers deep. That's how big the impact was. And all the water that was stored there was completely evaporated. And that was something like 30 million years after the origin of Earth. And then 120 million later, so we see water, we see oceans and rivers, you know, where did they come from? Not so long ago, we evaporated all water, and then it's back again. Where does it come from? The point is that Earth has not just been struck by traditional meteors like Mars, etc., but it was also hit by comets. A comet is mostly water. And maybe the water we drink comes from comet. Nope. If you look at the isotopic composition, it's very different in comet and on Earth. That means that this water that we drink comes from the depth. That means that a certain compound at a certain depth, well deeper than 1,000 kilometers, used to bind water. What kind of element? And then, for whatever reason, it released it. So if you keep it, then keep it. Why did you release it? Yeah, weird from the chemical standpoint. Why did this compound, decouple and release the water? So me and my, apprentice actually, predicted a new element. You can see it here. It's a very unusual element. I can't even interpret it because it's so complex. So it can only survive and be stable under extreme pressure in excess of 2 million atmospheres. So it needs pressure and heat at the same time to survive. For example, when you compress water-containing mineral, it's like squeezing a lemon, right, or orange. So water evaporates, but here, no. It's stable. You increase pressure, it is stable. It becomes even more stable. You increase temperature, it actually becomes even more stable, which is very unusual. So it is stabilized by heat and pressure, but only in excess of 2 million atmospheres. In the center of the Earth is close to 4 million atmospheres, so it seems like it's okay, but no. But no. Right now, if you look at the Earth's crust, there's no silicate. It's iron-based, but it wasn't that way all the time. The iron core was actually formed. They say that it goes back to 30 million years, which is the same time when the planet Dea hit the Earth. And Mars, by the way, is only 1/10 of Earth, by the way, for those who don't know. It's a smaller planet, much smaller planet. So, first 30 million years, we have two parallel processes. Earth has been hit by meteors and planets and whatnot, big and small. Even the planet, hits the Earth, and then the Earth's crust, all the way down to 1,000 kilometers is all waterless, molten, hot. But inside the Earth, deep down, the core is growing, is being shaped. It's not yet set, and you have this hydrosilicate. So as the core increases, silicates that are less stable actually pushed outside to areas of smaller pressure, and they fall apart. So as the Earth is being hit by, so this area actually expands, the core expands, and hydrosilicate basically is breaking down, forming water, and that water precipitates to the surface through convection has been carried out to the surface. And it took 120 million, give or take, years. I mean, if you look at the average speed of convection, so then basically 120 million is more than enough for the water to reach surface. So that's the hypothesis, but as a hypothesis, it is open for debate, it's open for discussion. But I think it's a very exciting hypothesis because you don't find this hydrosilicate right there. Its core, its metallic core, it's done, that's it. It used to be there. So see, not just dinosaurs die, but also minerals die. It used to be there, not anymore. But in biology, you know that something that's dead actually sometimes is a stepping stone to future evolution. Same here. So this mineral is no more, but it was a stepping stone to something bigger. So it basically laid down the path for future evolution. And if you look at bigger planets, it actually exists there right now because they have a different path. Okay, so what am I trying to tell you? At least what we know about the planet, yeah? About this mysterious layer D, yeah, and new exotic compounds and new computational methods, new technologies enable us to take a deep view into the composition of Earth and solve mysteries. And that's my team, by the way. Great minds do not think alike. Thank you for your collaboration and for your time. Thank you for this amazing presentation. Thank you so much. And as a matter of fact, you operate at a different frequency, listening to you, and it's like, oh my God, I'm so stupid in this big space, and I'm just a dust, a speck in a big universe. You know, my problems, forget about it. You know, look at this, you know, giant things that are out there. So I'm nothing against that. So, anyways, so maybe our viewers, our participants have questions. You have a unique opportunity. By the way, I see a couple of hands right there. Get a mic and ask a question, please. Introduce yourself, where you're from, and ask the question. Hello, my name is Aidos. I'm a local. So I'm from Astana, local. So it was a very interesting lecture. Thank you very much for that. I have two questions. So crystallography, I mean, when did you start doing this crystallography? How long have you been doing this? And secondly, when will we be able to predict earthquakes? Great question. Thank you. I started. I chose crystallography during my first year at the university. I dreamt of becoming a chemist. Then, when I was 11 years old, I decided to become a mineralogist, and I applied for the mineralogy department of Moscow State University. And then, during my first year, I thought that I need to be somewhere in the middle between mineralogy and pure chemistry. So, and that's crystallochem. I'm a crystallochemist. So, speaking of predicting earthquakes, very difficult to do. Why? Because you need a lot of input data, and we don't have it. For example, data about, you know, about pressures, about different strength of rock in different parts, or you can solve it somehow through machine learning by analyzing statistics. You can sort of predict the onset of new earthquakes. Big data and AI can help us. It's incredibly difficult, but imagine, just imagine, you take a piece of rock and you hit it with a hammer on a non-regular basis. Can you predict at what time and at what place will the rock break? Difficult, yeah? Same here. If Earth is a rock, is a piece of rock, then how do you predict when is it going to break? But what I'm saying is that, and because it is a worthy scientific goal, I'm sure this will be resolved one day. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see more hands out there. Okay, can please pass the mic. Pass the mic. Speed up, guys. Speed up, speed up. Thank you very much for this lecture, because it was a lecture basically. It was really, really informative. I want to ask you about methane hydrate weapon. When methane is released from the depth of the ocean, can this, for example, can tectonic plates can affect? Well, very unlikely, but luckily I'm not a weapons expert, and I'm not a expert in archaeology, but I hardly believe this to be so. I hardly see this being used as a weapon. But when you release methane into air, into air, the methane creates actually destroys ozone layer. Exactly, and they call it a weapon because it is assumed that when back in the day when Earth was being built. I mean, the reason why dinosaurs died, etc., because it's sort of a weapon. You can actually use it as a weapon by destroying ozone layer. Yeah, as a hypothesis, why not? It actually, definitely has something to it. Yeah, so potentially, if you can channel it properly, then methane release can be used as a weapon. Yes, over here, right here, sir. Yeah. So my question to you is that you've experimentally proven, and yet you always talk about millions of atmospheres. I just don't get it. It's just practically, how can you create millions of atmospheres experimentally? In what laboratory can you create such pressures? Well, it's a good question, by the way. Thank you, I guess. So there are lots of ways. I mean, there's a high pressure chemistry and physics. There's also, you can create pressure through impact. When you have a sample and you hit it with a shell, and for a very, very brief time, like tens of millions of seconds, this actually experiences an extreme pressure, billions of atmospheres of pressure. So this is how you do it in a laboratory. It's very short, but surprise, surprise, the best lab that does it is in Russia. I mean, Russians seem to be the best at heating things, So, and you need to be able to measure the properties of matter for this microseconds, because it comes and goes. And there's also statistics where you take sample and you squeeze it between, for example, two diamonds, because the diamond is very hard, right? And if you squeeze an element, and diamonds are very stable across multiple pressures, and you take two diamonds, properly shaped, and you squeeze the sample just by putting it against each other, just pressuring it. It's a special cell. And this kind of experiments actually generate pressures as high as 10 million atmospheres. It's just doable. In Russia, we do it. And the great thing about aesthetic, you can spend, meditate, knock yourself out. You can take a sample, you squeeze it real hard, you can come back in 10 years. It's still there. It's still squeezed, 5 million atmospheres. No pressure. No pun intended, of course. So, no, diamond is strong enough to withstand such pressures. Wait, let me explain. What is pressure? Pressure is force divided by square. So basically, this kind of pressure, the point is that the pressure you apply is applied to very small square space. Tiny, tiny, tiny. And we're talking about it's let's say 30 microns. So you see, I can squeeze it with my finger, but if you apply it to really tiny square space, you can create enormous pressure. It comes down to force by area, surface area, and that's how you get those millions of atmospheres. Okay, yeah, more questions. Sure, go ahead, sir. I came from Almaty, so let me be first. And because I'm a musician, by the way, and I'm also a teacher, so from Almaty, and let me tell you that you are probably the best speaker today. So let's talk about education. So you are an exceptional scientist, and look at the audience is basically in awe. Look at how many hands go up. Look at how many people want to ask you questions. This is amazing. So I see you're sort of playing a humble guy, but if I were a student and I saw you on stage, I'd be blown away. You instead of being a teacher of music, I become a teacher of chemistry. Thank you for this amazing lecture, because this is so inspirational. If I was a student, I would definitely follow your path, and I will show the copy of this video to my students, because you are an amazing example of what teaching should be. By the way, I'll be here today. Tomorrow, and I will talk about teaching, by the way, because they wanted to actually explain how I teach students. So I will do that tomorrow, by the way. Thank you, and this is an amazing feedback for the organizing team of Nobel Fest. So thank you. And next question. Hello, Artyom. My name is Arujan, and my question to you is: are you familiar with Jules Verne's works? You mean his books? Yeah. Have you read his books? I mean, Traveling to the Center of the Earth. That was written 160 years ago. I wonder if you've read the book. Are they similar to... Oh, no. Of course not. Of course not. Jules Verne was a fantastic writer, and he was a man of science, and he was very creative mind. But from this purely scientific standpoint, I mean, come on. You're reading his novels not because you want to be a scientist, right? This is entertainment, and only partially there's education, but it's mostly like if you really want to be a scientist, then read Stephen Hawking. Okay, so what about the fauna deep down? Is there any fauna? I don't know what you mean by fauna, but you mean living organisms. They survive all the way to like 15 kilometers down, sometimes more. There are creatures, sea creatures, on the depth of Marianne, and if you look at the lowest depth of the ocean. But when it comes to even deeper, the life is impossible because it's too hot. Okay, thank you very much. Next question. Sure, go ahead. My name is Kuat. I'm from Astana. It's really great to hear you. And you explain the silicate-based model of Earth. I wonder if you're familiar with the hydrate theory of Earth, and if so, then what do you think about it? And you probably know that several weeks ago in Mali, at a depth of 150 meters, they started producing pure hydrogen, which is 96% pure hydrogen. So what is the potential for this kind of extraction? And how big can this extraction be? Because we're producing it using electrolysis and pyrolysis, and they actually do it without... Oh, well, I didn't know about Mali. This is amazing. But all sorts of gases come out of Earth. It's mostly not hydrogen. It's mostly others, like water vapor, sulfur oxide, and ammonia, CO2, etc., etc., etc. But as far as this hydrate theory, or hydrate core theory, of course I know about this theory. But the fact that Earth's mantle is made of silica, that's a given. That's a fact. Nobody argues that. The fact that Earth's core is made of metal, that's also a fact. But the scientist, Mr. Ladin, he also says that other than metal, Earth's core has a lot of hydrogen. And pretty much nobody believes that. There's no reason to believe that. But yesterday, as I was flying to Astana, and unfortunately I missed it, one Russian scientist was doing the presentation, and he came to a conclusion that actually supports this hydrate core. But I used to spend a lot of time studying the core, and from what I know, it's not true. I mean, I'm very neutral to it. I'm a scientist, so I almost said unfortunately, because we're seeking the truth, right? Wherever the truth lies. We don't know what the truth is, but based on modern data, there could be a very, very small content of hydrogen, maybe 1–2% as a percentage of total mass. And this can be important, but not 30% of the Earth's core, because it's mostly metallic.
Спасибо. Но ответили на ваш вопрос.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question. So, and please stand up because we can see you. Yes, hello. My question is, you said that the laws of chemistry don't work when you apply millions of pounds of pressure, right? When the temperature is extreme, when the pressure is extreme. But I think 20 years ago, they proved that the Rutherford model doesn't work either. And then the whole chemistry need to be revamped completely. That the whole chemistry as a science is obsolete. So basically, if chemistry is facing such existential problems, that means that certain things are so difficult to explain, then what is the future of chemistry? I mean, will it even survive as we know it? Well, it's a great question. There's nothing, unusual about what I've said. Look, the laws of chemistry were formed, let's be honest about it, not even the laws. I mean, maybe that the foundations of chemistry, right? I mean, chemical formulas based on charge, etc., certain notions about that the sodium is a metal, etc., yada, 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 etc. All these generalizations that we have in chemistry, as we know it, were actually made based on empirical studies at normal conditions. Yeah, normal conditions, I mean, it works in normal conditions. But as you know, in science, when you change conditions, then you should expect a different outcome, and rightfully so. When physics actually created Newton mechanics, they were based on, trials and errors. They were operating regular speeds and regular masses. But it doesn't work when you apply different speeds and different masses. The laws are different. There's quantum mechanics, which is a completely different, and there's the theory of relativity, which is more general and it's actually more convex. Newton mechanics is only a part of it. So I think it's something like that. So there are layers to this game. So when you go outside your typical area, you're not necessarily violating fundamentals of chemistry, but you're breaking the traditional perception of chemistry, such as helium is inert and cannot create, bonds. That sodium, for example, is a metal, etc., etc., etc. I mean, it only exists in a specific framework, but the laws of physics are there. But empirical knowledge and our intuition doesn't work. And it's okay. It's the way it should be, because you're applying different terms and conditions to it. Okay, good. I have one more question. Right there. Yeah, on the right. I'm Olga. I'm from Amursk. I'm actually a cultural anthropologist. I'm not a physicist, but based on the information that you've just said, where do you see the future of environmental problems of like water on Earth? Because as you know, year upon year, and they keep discussing, is the fact that the caps are melting, that we're running in a shortage of drinking water, etc., etc., etc. And secondly, because of Sheldon Cooper, we're all big fans of astrophysics and physics. So the question I have for you, what are your impressions using the telescope of just and this whole idea of colonizing new worlds, creating new homestead? Is it even possible? I mean, why not? Like talking about exoplanets that you started with in the beginning. Can we colonize them one day? Yeah, can we give a round of applause just for the question, which is amazing, right? Talking about homesteads and other planets, amazing. Well, it takes me far beyond my area of expertise, by the way. But I love logics. I'm a logical man. To me, that's the cornerstone. So, and your two questions actually contradict each other. Let me explain why. On the one hand, you're pointing at the thing that we as humankind can't help purifying water. If that's the problem that you face, you can't even take care of your own planet. I mean, what are you going to do outside? I mean, take care of Earth before you colonize other planets. Yeah? How about that? So one day maybe we'll be ready, but other planets? What planets? What exactly are we talking about? What planets? We say colonize planets. I'm like, Jupiter, are you going to colonize Jupiter? Yeah. I want to see you do it. By the way, it's very cold on the surface. It's very hot inside. Mars, very cold. I mean, with very weak magnetic field, and Mars just is you will die there because you don't have any protection from X-ray and stuff like that. And it's cold. There's no oxygen. I mean, come on. Yeah, you can sort of produce oxygen, but you need so much energy to produce. Venus. What about Venus? A very hot planet. And gases are very poisonous. But, you know, maybe going far beyond the solar system, fly there. But it's a long flight. Yeah. Especially if you use commercial airlines. So what are you going to take with you? Like it's a rocket ship, you know, how much can you take with you? I mean, it's not a trivial question. Speaking of purifying water, that's doable, but it costs money. It costs money, and maybe you've been to India. It's a catastrophe. They have huge shortage of drinking water. Yes, you cannot drink tap water because you can die from infection. But can we solve it? Yes, but they're not doing it. Why? As a matter of fact, I mean, there was a futurologist that said once that 21st century is the century of global conflicts. And 10 years ago, I mean, people would just call BS on that. Where futurologist said there will be terrible wars in 21st century, World War III. Now, lo and behold, see what happens. And one of the reasons why people fight is water, for example. And it's going to be water. Surprise, surprise. Great. Maybe we have people from other cities and they have questions. Sure, you have an opportunity to ask questions. Can I ask you one question? I'm right there. I'm here. No, yeah, right there. Hello. Thank you for an amazing presentation, Artyom. And it's a typical question from a non-scientist. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm not chemist. I'm not physicist. I'm a well, physics gives us very specific achievements, like, for example, like video camera, smartphone, like all the stuff. Yeah, iPhone, for example, right? Or like rocket building and IT technology, and you get SpaceX, right? Or Tesla, for example. It's almost an amalgamation of several technologies. You can see it, you can touch it, you can buy it. But what about chemistry? What has chemistry produced for everyday use? Like people use Tesla, smartphones, iPhones, but what about chemistry? What product of chemistry are people using on a regular basis? And what's your clothes is made of? You're wearing clothes. What's it made of? Yeah, partially of plastic. Yeah, that's chemistry. But I'm thinking something like when you drink water, by the way, that water goes through purification, chemical purification. Tap water goes through pipes. Pipes, compost, you know, because of chemists. They have to be corrosion-free, etc., etc., etc. So that's chemistry. So pretty much look around, right there. It's made of artificial materials. The clothes I'm wearing, it's also artificial. So you can't pick it up from a tree. So it's all chemistry. The microphone I'm wearing, everything, just look around you. All of that is chemistry. So that's the answer. So when SpaceX shoots a rocket ship into space, or when Russians launch a spaceship, so it's basically chemical engine. By the way, it's chemistry. Rocket firing, it's chemistry. And by the way, we actually create rocket fuel, by the way, in my laboratory. It's a chemical fuel. It's an oxidation. Basically, so without chemistry, we gotta go back to Stone Age. No, even not Iron. Just forget about Bronze Age. Stone Age. We'll be back to Stone Age. Right away, just right there. Express train to Stone Age without chemistry. Wow. Pretty amazing. So I guess the reason why people asking these questions, they want to know how science can change our everyday lives, right? Because everybody is looking to wonders, and this is day one, so we have 2 more days to go. So thank you, sir, for this amazing presentation. It was really, really inspiring, and I hope that we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll continue on a very, very important topic. Yeah. So thank you. So, and we're looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. Thank you. That's so, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, the offline part is done. And we'll continue with our online broadcast, and we'll have Kirk Byrne, the #1 expert in big data. So stay with us, stay tuned, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow as well. Thank you guys, thank you for today. I will continue with the online part, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Эксперимент жаса да, үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, Фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында Фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер, қайтала.
Олар жайлы фильм түсірілемі жоқ па? Кітаптардағы немесе комикстердегі қаһармандар қатарынан табылама. Оның супер костюмын біреу армандай ма? Оның деген сөздері қанатты сөзге айнала ма? Оларға бұның ешқайсысы маңызды емес.
Мынау сізге.
Оларға әлемді сәлде болса жақсарту маңызды. Міне, осындай адамдарға жусан керек. Жусан қосымша сен үшін, мүмкіндіктер сен үшін.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Sakensi Falling Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is Awezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Awazov University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Awazov University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Awazov University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
And I would like to welcome you to the 5th Nobel Fest. Today we have 2 speakers from worldwide top influencers. And first one is Kwon, the top big data worldwide influencer, machine learning and artificial intelligence influencer, who has participated at the NASA projects for nearly 20 years and has also worked on the Hubble telescope. So second one, we have Christopher Hopper, who is a co-founder and the CEO of the Aurora Solar, who works on the solar panels, the sustainable energy, and prior to that, co-founded the charitable organizations in the developing countries. So welcome. Kik, would like you to introduce yourself a little bit. Я не слышу.
Value and innovation from data. So I went to a university for 12 years and taught data science to students. I was a professor of astrophysics, but I taught data science. And after doing that for 12 years, I became a consultant for a major management consulting organization, where I was an executive advisor, and I was helping large businesses and large government agencies, again, just do discovery from data, build models from data to understand their data. And now I'm independent, and I do a lot of freelance writing and content creation and training and mentoring and speaking opportunities like this. So I'm really pleased to be here today with you. And in my spare time, I am the part-time chief science officer of an AI startup called Data Prime. And so that's what I do part of the time while I'm not doing things like this. It's great to be here today.
Thank you so much. We're really glad to have you here today.
Would you like for me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will. Okay. My share screen is not working. If that's something you can fix. Is that possible, someone to fix the share screen?
Just a sec. Он сейчас пытается решить проблему с экраном. Может быть, с нашей стороны что-то.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. So hopefully you can see my screen now, and we can begin. Is that working? All right. Just want to confirm. Can you see my screen? Which says the future of innovation and the convergence of emerging technologies. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. It's all about innovation to create new business value, to create new opportunities for for ourselves and for the next generation. And so it's about everybody. It's about those who are in the workforce now and who will be in the workforce, those who are in traditional businesses and those who are creating new businesses. So it's really about all these different emerging technologies and seeing how they intersect and come together to create new opportunities that we never thought of before. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. And just a little picture of what this landscape looks like. So this is one example of a chart representing the emerging digital technology trends. So whether we call this emerging tech or digitalization, or exactly what we call it, it's really just about these digital technologies all over the place. It's really changing the way we think about business. But you can't read this chart, obviously. So there's too many words on it. So really what I like to say, this is what really digital disruption looks like. So it's not just digital transformation, it's digital disruption. It's really disrupting and changing traditional businesses, healthcare, finance, security, sports, art, entertainment. Everything is being changed in some way by all these different digital technologies. So this disruption is not just only changing traditional businesses, but it's disrupting exactly what we define by a business, because now so many people can create their own business and create their own value as an individual in this world. It's pretty amazing. So we're going to go through some of these things in the time we have today. Obviously, there's not enough time to cover everything here, but we're going to look at these things and realize that what's really happening is there are these many different innovations and applications that are made possible from data, but not just data itself, but doing something with data. And so artificial intelligence is an example where we have used our mathematics, which we call machine learning, to find patterns in data. And when we learn those patterns, they can tell us things about what we're working in, whether it's finance or healthcare or whatever it happens to be. So we can build predictive models to predict what's happening. We can use these things to understand what's happening in our environment or in our world. And so we got natural language understanding and image understanding and machine vision. But also we can do what's called decision support or prescriptive analytics. That is knowing how to make a more optimal outcome. So predictive analytics is predicting what will happen. But if you don't like what will happen, what can you do to change it? Well, that's called prescriptive analytics. So prescriptive analytics focuses on which data sources give you information and insight as to how you can change what an outcome will be. In other words, how can you change the future? That's really what it's about, changing the future. And I guess that's what really innovation is about. So these applications of AI are everywhere. But I'd like to start by just saying, even though we use the word artificial intelligence as part of AI, there is really nothing artificial about it. It's really about accelerating the work that we do, amplifying the work of individuals. It's assisting us in augmenting the individual. There's been studies that say that with automation and AI across the World Economic Forum estimated that 75 million jobs will be lost to automation and artificial intelligence. Now, people think, oh my gosh, that's awful. Well, the very next sentence in that report says, but 133 million new jobs will be created. New jobs that we've never thought of before. So the net effect is there's going to be 58 million new positions we need to fill with people. 75 million are displaced, but 133 million new types of jobs. And where are those extra people going to come from? Well, we need to train the next generation to be prepared for these things. And so this is called an industrial revolution. With every industrial revolution, there's a change in the type of work we do. Because 200 something years ago, more than 90% of the people in the world were probably farmers or in some form of agricultural or natural sort of application like that. Not a technology job, but working the earth. And obviously things change when we introduce steam power, electric power, computer power, and now data power. So this is the fourth industrial revolution, which is powered by data. And it's really amplifying and augmenting and is accelerating the things that individuals can do in the world. So this is what AI is really about, nothing artificial about it. And so what do I mean by that explicitly? Well, explicitly, the outcomes are real. Okay, they're not artificial outcomes, they're real outcomes. Image understanding, language understanding, and even context understanding are part of the outputs of AI, the value that we get from AI. It's driven by the insights we get from data. So let's go through each of those a little bit as we move forward here to understand what do I mean by these three things. But keep in mind the thing that's right there at the bottom of the page, contextual intelligence is key. Because contextual intelligence is what that third item is, context understanding. Because what that does, it enables us to make the next best decision and the next best action in a particular situation. And every organization, every business, every individual wants to do this. You want to make the best decision, take the best action. That's the prescriptive analytic part. It's not just looking at the data, see what is predicted to come next, but to take the context of the situation and says, in this environment, in this context, what is the next best thing I can do? That's contextual intelligence. So that's truly bringing data to action. Okay, bringing data to action, that's the real value of AI. So image understanding examples. We've seen these all over the place. We see them every day probably. So automatic image and video captioning is one very interesting one where we can take images or videos and we can automatically label what's in them, but not just label them for fun, but actually to curate. That is, we can actually create a searchable database. For example, if your business collects a lot of video or images, how do you find something in a huge collection like that? Well, the AI can tag it and say, so you can do a search to find the video that has the specific thing you're looking for. So that's just video and image captioning, but also image understanding applies to autonomous vehicles, self-driving vehicles. It needs to understand what's in its environment in order to operate safely. But there's other things like facial recognition. For example, when I pick up my smartphone, when I pick up my phone, I do not need to type in a password. It recognizes my face. So it's using what's called facial biometrics. My face is my password, right? My face unlocks my phone. So facial recognition has many applications and something as simple as and personal as my phone, but also in security and healthcare and many other applications. So image understanding is one of the three top general use cases of AI. The second general use case is language understanding. Okay, so that can be voice understanding or written text understanding. So from understanding to generation, that is, not only can I ask a question and it understands what I'm asking, but also can generate an answer in text, whether I'm talking on a conversational chatbot, which we call conversational AI. Conversational AI is where the AI understands what I'm asking and it can generate an answer with a human voice. Okay, so with natural language understanding and generation, but also sentiment detection and sentiment analysis, which is a very important thing in social networks to understand people's sentiment. Businesses use sentiment analysis all the time to understand, do their customers like their product? Is there a problem with their product? What are people saying about their products? So everybody in the business should be doing some form of sentiment detection and analysis. And so once you do this, you could actually create searchable databases. Why do I say that? Well, most of the data in the world, the overwhelming majority of data in the world, does not come in databases. It comes in unstructured form. It can be documents. We already talked about images, right? You can have documents. You can have presentations like the one you're seeing right now, PDF files, social media posts, books. All these things are unstructured. How do you search for something in there? Well, we talked about that with images. We can tag the image, but we can also tag content in documents. So we can model what are the topics being discussed. We can cluster them, classify them. We can identify the emergence of new topics. We can identify changes in the topic. For example, this is very powerful in news on social media, tracking how the topics of discussion change and drift with time. So then we can summarize and tag these unstructured documents and make them searchable. But it's not just the topics, but also the things that are mentioned in the document. Entity identification, a person, a place, a thing. Identify that thing and tag it. So, this document is talking about this person or this product or this particular event. And so we can tag things, that is entities, within documents. That's language understanding, to recognize that this word in this document is not just a word, it's describing a thing, a person, a place, a product, an event. And then we also have numerical quantity extraction. That is actually going to unstructured documents like Word documents, spreadsheets, PDF files, books, and extract numbers and put those numbers into a searchable database where you can do numerical analysis for material that was actually in printed form, and now it's in a structured database where you can do quantitative analysis. So all these things are possible because the AI can understand all these different aspects of natural language. And then the third sort of general category of what AI is doing, and again, these are the general categories that basically cover pretty much everything AI is doing. We have image understanding, language understanding, but the most important one is contextual understanding, that is contextual intelligence. So what is context? Well, it's really other data that occurs at the same time or location as the thing you're observing. Okay, that context, what's happening in this environment at this time, at this place. But as long as we're talking about time and place, those are just specific physical dimensions. But our data lives in data parameter space. It's not just time and location. For example, if you're buying products in an online store, there's a product space, okay? And there's also, for example, a customer space that is a customer that likes particular types of products and services like sports or entertainment or food items or whatever it happens to be. So there's a data parameter space, which is just another dimension, okay? So time and location, just think of that as just part of the hyperspace of your data. So what else is occurring in this data parameter space near my observed event or behavior? And we already have plenty of examples of this. If you're familiar with a recommendation engine, a recommender engine, like if people go to an online store, they say people who bought this product also liked this product, or people who rented this particular movie like this other movie. So it's not about time and space. It doesn't matter when you like that movie or when you bought that book. It's the fact that you bought the same book that I'm looking at. Okay, so it has nothing to do with time and space. It could be at a completely different time and location. So it's location and data parameter space. So that's contextual understanding, and that context is extremely important. In fact, probably the most important of the three that I've mentioned here, because that's how humans make best decisions and best actions. Just for example, think of an autonomous vehicle. Autonomous vehicle, a self-driving car, has a camera in the front. If that's all it had, that's not very safe, because there might be children playing on the side of the street. There might be some activity on the side of the road or behind you that you need to be aware of. You need to be aware of what's in the environment, even though it's not right directly in front of you. So that's context understanding. And having that context, again, other data that occurs at the same time and location and data parameter space as what you're looking at, that's contextual intelligence. And that's required for safety in self-driving vehicles. It's also invaluable for safety in your business and in your personal life when you're trying to make the best decisions. So what powers all this? Data, 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 data. I love data. I've worked with data my entire life, first as an astrophysicist doing analysis of data, then my many years at NASA where I was still doing astrophysics, but I was primarily supporting data systems for large space telescopes. And so this data analysis and data management that I was doing ultimately led me to data science, analytics, machine learning, and now AI. So AI, it's this actionable intelligence, these actionable insights. Again, we don't want to talk about artificial anything. It's actionable insights, actionable intelligence derived from many different types of data sources. And the more you use data, the more value you get, the more progress you get, the more data you have, the more insights you get. Now, that doesn't mean every project requires a huge amount of data. Every project may start with a huge amount of data, but to get the best answer usually requires finding the absolute smallest data nugget that gives you the most important insight you need right now. But you don't know what that is until you actually do the search, do the analysis, apply the pattern recognition, the pattern detection from machine learning, apply the AI to have to go through all the data to find the thing that is the most informative insight to take the next best action. So oftentimes that's actually small data, but you have these many diverse data sources and sometimes very large and diverse data sources from which you have to get that insight. So you need the additional insight from these other sources to get that context understanding. So AI is just the power source for all these things. And not only is the power source for just the joy of doing machine learning, if you do that, or the joy of doing data science, if you do that, and I get a lot of joy out of that. I love working with data to find patterns and insights and to help people make decisions and do better in their jobs or in their business or in their market or whatever they're doing. But it's also creating new opportunities. Okay, these new emerging technologies that we talked about earlier. When we saw that chart of all these emerging technologies, this is just another way of looking at an expanding frontier of emerging technologies. And I'm not going to read through this list, but we are going to talk about some of the things on this list. What I like to say is these are all innovations by themselves, but they're also inspiring innovations in new products, new services, new businesses, new opportunities. So these innovations are inspired by data. They're enabled by data and they're powered by data. And by that, I mean the data shows you something and you can use that data to power some new innovation or some new product or new service. So what it can be doing actually is creating value and jobs from data. So think about data as really the ultimate power source for all this innovation, all these emerging technologies, and all the digitalization that we've been talking about. So AI, in some sense, is driving the forward edge of that innovation frontier. It's really what's driving it forward because it enables us to accelerate and amplify and augment our work with data. So AI is not just augmenting and accelerating, say, self-driving vehicles, it's augmenting and accelerating and amplifying our access and interpretation and insights discovery from data. So AI itself is used to improve AI. So it's kind of interesting, kind of a circular thing there. It's recursive in that AI is boosted by the AI itself when it can go through the data faster, more efficiently and effectively to find the insight to drive it forward. So let's talk about a few of the things in this long list, which I did not read to you. So we don't have time today for a lot of reading here. So I will go through AI, of course, describe what that is, some of these converging intelligent edge applications, I call it. And you'll see what I mean by that. By converging, that means many of these different technologies work with other ones. Okay, they don't work in isolation necessarily, but they actually work in combination with other technologies. And I call it the intelligent edge because really the point is you don't want to necessarily not necessarily every time you collect data, send it back to a storage device like a cloud storage platform and then analyze it sometime in the future and then say, oh yeah, we should do this. Well, that doesn't work with a self-driving vehicle, an autonomous vehicle. You need to make the decision right there at the point of data collection. You don't have time to send the data back to a cloud storage provider, do some analysis and come back later and say, oh, you really should stop the car because there's some child running in front of you. You need to make that decision instantaneously. The vehicle must make that decision instantaneously. And so the same thing if someone's shopping in an e-commerce store, you're going to lose that customer if you make your recommendation 15 minutes after they leave. It has to be right there at that moment. So that's called an edge application at the moment of data collection, at the point of data collection. You make an intelligent decision. You make an intelligent choice. You get some intelligent insight. So that's what I mean by intelligent application. So we have AI, robotics, drones, autonomous vehicles, these immersive realities, whether it's metaverse or augmented reality or virtual reality. And then we get to the Internet of Things and the Internet the industrial Internet of Things, which is what's powering this industry, fourth industrial revolution, which we call Industry 4.0. And within that environment, we can build digital twins, which is a digital copy of the thing that you're modeling. So if you're modeling a customer, or you're modeling a wind farm, or you're modeling a spaceship, or you're modeling a manufacturing plant, or you're modeling just some simple health device, you can build a digital twin and see how that digital representation of the real thing responds to different conditions, to different risk conditions, to different inputs, to different stresses, before you put the real thing into in the real world environment. So you can build a digital twin of that. But not only can you do it to build and advance the digital twin, but also the digital twin can run in parallel. So if let's say you're running a wind farm, and if one of the devices in the wind farm fails, you can actually collect the data from that device and replay it, almost like a recording. You can replay what happened on that windmill in your digital twin of the windmill. So you can actually play it forward and play it backwards and find the conditions that cause the problem, or what you can do to improve efficiency or improve to not have the problem again in the future. So I like to say that IoT, Internet of Things, and the industrial IoT are really the sources of really this other data about your data. So this contextual intelligence that I call the other data about your data, context. I would say the Internet of Things, you'll see at the end, I like to call this the Internet of Context, because all these sensors we're placing in the world gives us this insight and context about the main thing we're working on. So you might be working on something in a manufacturing plant, but you need to know, what is the temperature in this plant? How long has this machine been operating? Maybe it's been operating too long and it needs to be taken out of service and maintained, some kind of maintenance. So that comes from other data in the environment, not just the machine itself. And then ultimately 5G, which is this high-speed network, which is helping us move all of this data around. Okay, so that really is the important part of the edge application. Is when you do need to send the data somewhere else to improve that insight discovery, then you have the fast network that empowers that and enables it. So all these things are powered by data, informed by data, create value from data. That's our innovation from data, which we're talking about today. So AI, of course, is data informing and initiating actions. So these are applications. AI is the application of the mathematical models that we build through data science. So the mathematics is called machine learning, the process of finding the optimal model, the most accurate model, the one with the lowest error and the most accuracy. That process is called data science. It's a scientific process. And just keep one thing in mind, the two most important things in data science, are the data and the science. The data is the objective reality, the source of knowledge and insight, and science is the scientific process by which we test and validate that our models are meaningful. So what kind of models are we talking about here? Well, here's some examples. For example, automatic postal code readers. Okay, so if your postal system is like our postal system, there's hundreds of millions, if not billions of pieces of mail and packages and things that go through the system every single day. And there's a postal code written on those letters and envelopes and packages, and the machine can detect those images and understand which ones they are in order to route the package or the letter to the right destination. Now, you might think digit detection is something different than the other things I talked about, but actually it's an example of, guess what? Image understanding. You may not think of it as an image, but it is an image. When a letter comes through and it scans it, it actually, from the scanner's perspective, it's an image of some kind of character or something written or typed on this package. And it just has to discern what part of that image is the actual postal code. So there's some image understanding there. And then once it gets to those digits and says, here's where the postal code is, it has to determine, is this particular shape a particular number? And that's digit detection is computer vision. Okay, so that's an image understanding problem. But we have many other examples in our life. For example, email spam detection, disease detection, medical diagnostics, location detections. Number 5, here we have the chatbots, conversational AI, the online product recommendations, we have fraud alerts and anomaly detection. So many applications in our world of AI. So think of robotics as nothing more than a device that moves and reacts to data from sensors. Okay, it's reacting to sensory input. Okay, so robotics is definitely an actionable AI. It's actually moving in some way or reacting to sensory input in some way in an environment. Okay, whether it's automated manufacturing or these devices that can clean your house automatically called the Roomba, whether it's like prosthetics, like a robotic arm to help someone who has maybe lost an arm or a robotic leg or something of this sort. Even in warehousing and logistics, just keeping track of supply chain and what's in the warehouse, and to move things around that need to be moved around, and even autonomous exploration. And of course, for me as a scientist, a space scientist, I love the deep space exploration and applications of AI, because you can't really like steer a spaceship that's five light hours away. Like when a spaceship's at Pluto, it takes 5 hours to send a signal there and 5 hours to hear back. You can't really like be driving something where the reaction time is 10 hours. Okay, so deep space or also deep sea, remote environments, or even dangerous environments, you can send a robot in to do some exploration. So these are all using data at the edge. Okay, the sensors are collecting the data, and in that moment, at that place, at that time, that is at the moment of data collection, at the edge, actions and reactions are taken. That's edge intelligence, robotics. Then there's drones. Well, what is drone? A drone is essentially nothing more than a flying robot. Now, not always. Sometimes a drone has a pre-scheduled flight plan. Okay, it's controlled automatically through software, and it's not autonomous. But many times it is autonomous. That is, it has edge sensors. For example, sometimes a drone is sent into a danger situation. For example, a natural disaster like a fire or a flood or even some other kind of disaster situation where you may not want to fly a human over the scene, but you can easily fly a drone over the scene. And specifically, for example, something like a flood situation, you want to identify, have cameras on the drone to identify where to look, and to identify, for example, perhaps people who need rescuing, people who are in peril and are in some danger who need rescue. Same thing with sort of firing drones over fire situations, or even over construction projects. Very large construction projects are now using drones to identify the progress of this construction project. For example, large buildings or smart cities, or large highways, or any kind of large construction project. The drone can oversee and identify places where things are moving at the right pace, or maybe falling behind, and even identify risky or safety incidents where things are maybe not going as safely as possible. So a lot of applications of these flying robots. And again, if they really are autonomous, that is controlled by the sensors that they're flying with, then clearly that's an edge intelligence system. That is, it's responding in the moment, the data it's collecting at the edge, at that time, at that location. So an autonomous vehicle we've talked about quite a lot, and it's another example, a very specific example of some of the other things we've already talked about. That is, in a sense, it's a robot. It's a self-driving intelligent system. It's informed by data that comes from many different edge sensors. Like we said earlier, it's not just the camera in front of the car. It needs contextual intelligence. So it actually has radar to understand, well, if I have a car in front of me, it doesn't mean I need to stop. If a self-driving car detects a car in front of it, it doesn't necessarily need to stop, because that car might just be driving in front of you, right? It's driving at the same speed as you, and it's in front of you. There's no danger. You're just following behind a car that's already moving. But if that car suddenly stops, then the range, that is the distance between you and that car, is suddenly decelerating, decreasing rapidly. That's what the radar and the laser radar called LiDAR gives that information. So all this contextual information comes from many different sensors. And again, it's an edge intelligence system, because it has to make the decision and take the actions at the moment of data collection. And so machine learning, computer vision, image understanding, even some language understanding, because if it sees a traffic sign, it has to be able to understand the traffic sign. So the first thing is just image understanding. It is a traffic sign. It has words on it, and then it identifies where the words are, and it does like the digit detection in the postal code reader. It identifies the characters, the word that make the word, and once it understands the characters, it can build the word, and then it has to understand, what does the word mean? Does the word mean stop? Does it mean danger? Does it mean turn right, turn left? What does it mean? So we have image understanding and language understanding and laser ranging. So you have many different aspects of AI all happening at the same time, which is why autonomous vehicles is like the poster child. I mean, it's like the real convergence and congruence of many different AI applications and technologies and techniques and applications all in one system called an autonomous vehicle. Then we get to some things that can be either fun or actually beneficial in commerce or beneficial in sort of real world security and serious applications. Okay, so augmented reality is one of those. So what is augmented reality? Well, it's a technology that superimposes, that it overlays a computer-generated image of something on top of your real-world view. Okay, so it's not putting you into, augmented reality is not putting you into a virtual world. You're still in your real world, but you have this augmented information. For example, some of the images here you see on the bottom left, someone's holding their phone up, they go into a store, they can find out where the special price items are today. So they're still looking at their store, but they have this overlay of information that's pointing out specific locations, and maybe they want to find a specific product, and this can help. In the middle image at the bottom, you have a disaster response situation, for example, a flood situation. And people are using their phone to tap into a database which identifies where there's down electrical power lines. It could be very dangerous to going through the flood situation if there's danger, if there's downed power lines, electrical power lines in the water or something, or even where's the location of people who need rescuing. So you don't want to be in a virtual world. You want to be in the real world, obviously, but you need this additional information that points the way. That can be an augmented reality. It doesn't have to be, but it can be an augmented reality situation. And it's sort of like the one on the right here, where you have this person trying on clothes in a clothing store, but she's not actually putting on the clothes. The augmented reality mirror in front of her simulates her putting on that particular set of clothes. So what we have there is an environment where you see the overlay is actually in this image of herself, even though she's still in the store in her regular clothes. So that's augmented reality. Then of course we move from there to virtual reality, when you really are in a virtual world, and there's many applications of this in games and adventures, huge applications in training and education. We're seeing many more examples of this in medical treatments. It's a very significant thing happening in the design world, designing products in this virtual space. What I love about it is we can go into a virtual data world, right? We can start exploring all these different dimensions of data. Why limit ourselves to space and time dimension? Again, we talk about the data parameter space as just a hyperspace. Walk into that hyperspace and start looking for patterns and insights in the data. I love that. And then we have this thing called the metaverse, which people are still trying to figure out what that means, whether it's games or serious business or family adventures or design. Hey, it's probably all of those things. So again, it's an edge system. But what I like to tell people is it's not just a data collector, it's a data generator. You're not just seeing what's in the environment, but you're interacting with it. So if you touch something, you want that thing to respond to your touch. So it has to, well, what does it mean by respond to your touch? Well, you're generating data. When you touch something, a signal goes to the model and they say, hey, this person pushed this button or opened this door or moved this thing or whatever. So it's a data generator and a data collector, and it has to happen in real time at the moment of data collection. So that's an edge intelligence right there. Moving right along, we'll be done in a few seconds here. So I like to talk about 3D printing. In some sense, it doesn't necessarily need to be AI whatsoever. The actual word for 3D printing is additive manufacturing, where you make a physical object from a 3D model. You have a data-informed model, and then you just sort of lay down layers of material to actually build a copy of something. So we can 3D print a heart, a toy, a drone, whatever. What excites me is 4D printing. And yes, that's a real thing. There's a link to the YouTube at the bottom. 4D printing is actually not just in space, but in time. Okay, so it's basically a shapeshifter. It responds in its shape to sensor. It's data coming from sensors. And in this particular YouTube, they talk about medical devices. For example, when a medical device inserted in your heart that needs to change shape in response to maybe your blood pressure, your heart condition, your stress condition, your health condition, like a heart stent. Okay, so the heart stent channels the blood through your vein, through your arteries. That stent sometimes needs to change shape in response to different stress situations in your body. And so it receives signals from a sensor okay, and it reconfigures. And how can it do that? Well, it's probably using something like carbon nanotubes and piezoelectric crystals. All kinds of things go into the thing that's responding to sense. An electrical impulse is applied to the device in the right kind of way, which is learned from the manufacturing process. Apply a certain type of signal, electrical signal, to change the shape of that thing in real time. So 4D printing is a pretty interesting thing, shapeshifters, and coming into our world. And then we ultimately end up with this Internet of Things, which I mentioned before, where it's sensors everywhere, streaming data from streaming over fast 5G, eventually 6G, to all kinds of machine learning models and AI applications. A lot of the things we just talked about, you know, health devices, connected devices, autonomous vehicles, digital twins, precision farming. It's everywhere. Internet of Things is everywhere. And so again, the 5G, the fast networks, and soon 6G will enable the transport of all that data rapidly between applications, algorithms, you know, and so it's an input and it's an output requirement. If you're going to produce an action from a data collection, you got to input the data and then you output the signal that tells the device, the robot, the whatever, the decision maker what to do. So that's clearly enabling all these edge systems to work autonomously, if not necessarily autonomously, but in real time as much as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Bon. We have a second speaker online.
So now we get to the conclusions here, where we have all this data, and I like to say that the internet used to be a thing. Now things are the internet. Okay, so sensors everywhere in our world, sensors everywhere. And what are these sensors giving us? Not just data about the thing where the sensor is located, but it's giving information and insight about the environment in which that sensor is located. So that's what I call the Internet of Context. It's giving us that contextual intelligence about whatever it is where you placed that sensor. So IoT, the Internet of Things, I call the Internet of Context. It's this power source for this contextual intelligence. So contextual intelligence enables decision making. It gives us context as a service. It gives us insights as a service, which basically enables us to make the best decisions. And decisions are nothing more than a prediction, right? So when you decide to do something, it's based upon a prediction that if you do this or the other thing, one of those will be the better outcome, the optimal outcome, and so you make the decision according to that prediction. Okay, so getting contextual intelligence gives you the ability to essentially do forecasting as a service. And ultimately, it's really just that intelligent edge as a service that is insights at the point of data collection. And don't take my word for it. There's all of these different studies that show that the revenue growth, the market capability that's enabled here, the innovation and new business opportunity that's enabled here is in the trillions of dollars, you know, both in the Internet of Things specifically, but also in the computing environments that enable all this, which we call edge computing. So in the hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. And I love this article. I post a link to at the bottom here. They said the Internet of Things companies will dominate this next decade, the 2020s. Is your resume ready? I mean, if you're going into with the world of data, think about this, the high-speed data that's coming, the autonomous decision-making that's coming, you know, and whether it's, again, healthcare, sports, retail, art, entertainment, design, doesn't matter where it is, education, it's happening.
Mr. Bon, my deep apologies, but we have
just those people's word for it, even the famous analysis company Gartner, when they looked at the impact of different technologies, you can't really read this, but at the very center of all these different technologies, what is that thing right at the very center there? I call it out with the arrow there. It's edge AI. So that's that edge intelligence is at the center and intersection of the most impactful innovations using AI, according to Gartner this year.
Okay.
So the trick to make all this possible is to realize that you don't just need one of those technologies. We talked about that emerging frontier digital technologies earlier on. We looked at that chart at the very beginning of this huge array of disruptive digital technologies, emerging technologies, and realize you can start combining them in different ways, start connecting them, just like a drone, like it's a flying robot, or autonomous vehicle. I mean, it's using computer vision, language understanding. It's using autonomous systems. It's using edge intelligence. It's using AI, machine learning in many different ways. And so it's the convergence of many different things and is where the innovations start to happen, the new thing that someone's never saw before. So realize that everything connects to everything else. Even Leonardo da Vinci, who lived hundreds of years ago, said this, and learn how to see, realize that everything connects. That's where the insight discovery happens. So one simple example, then we'll wrap up here. I found this article recently. It talked about robotic fish. These teeny little robotic fish, they're trained. Okay, they're trained to identify microplastics in the ocean, and to in some way identify them, collect them, and bring them together in order to clean the ocean. Okay, so they're addressing a worldwide problem, ocean pollution, and it's using at the minimum these 7 technologies: robotics, Internet of Things, because it's an edge data collector at the edge, sensing in an environment. It's got AI, it's got computer vision, that edge intelligence. It is an autonomous system, and it's using nanotechnology to find these microplastics in the ocean. So here's an innovation that's happening at the intersection of 7 of these digital emerging technologies that we've talked about. So this is just one example of something that you can do to bring together different technologies in different ways to innovate and create new value in the business world and for yourself and for whoever. So really, it's what is the future of innovation? It's really about you seeing the right things, taking advantage of those things, finding those intersections where the different technologies can converge and bring value. That's all I have for today. I'd like to thank you very much. I'd like to remind you that the 2 most important things in data science are the data and the science. So come for the data and stay for the science. And if you're interested, I'm teaching a course on this subject at LearnCrunch later this season, and was a co-author on this book, Demystifying AI for the Enterprise. So no sales pitch here. Just if you're interested in things like that, you can go find those things.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
That was a great presentation. Data is indeed everywhere, and there's so many applications to the data analysis. Thank you so much. We also have a second speaker online, and we can start our Q&A panel. Christopher, are you here?
I'm here. I've been listening to Kurt's presentation.
Thank
I
you.
will stop sharing my screen so we can not stare at that all day.
Thank you. Christopher,
Hello,
could you
Chris.
please introduce yourself a little bit to our audience?
Yeah, happy to. Chris Hopper, co-founder and CEO of a company called Aurora Solar. We are the leading software platform in the solar space. So we help solar companies design better solar faster. So we help them get more solar on roofs, we believe. That's one of the big revolutions of this decade and the next one. And one that's very important and very timely with everything that's going on in the world. And so we're big believers in renewable and support that as best we can. We're now 400 people in US and Canada mostly, and our clients in our platform are designing about 100,000 solar systems per week. So these are 100,000 separate roofs that are being touched and assessed for or designed for solar.
That's amazing. Wow. Are you ready for a few questions? If you are.
I want to respond real quickly to Chris there. I think that's lovely that he's working in solar, because many times I've heard people say data is the new oil, and I say no, it's really the new sun. And what do I mean by that? It's a renewable source. All right, so the same data can be used multiple times. So when we talk about these applications and these things in my presentation, I didn't say this enough, but the same data set can be used over and over and over and over again. So it's a renewable source of insight and innovation and value to an organization. So in a sense, it's not like oil, which is used once and then you can't ever use it again. So it's really like the new sun. So I think it's entirely appropriate we have a solar discussion here as well today.
There you go. And we're actually big users of machine learning as well. So,
outstanding.
Some awesome technology in that space.
That's amazing. So may I ask a first question? What has motivated you to step into the field of technology? What interested you, and why technology in general?
Is that question to me?
You can both answer if you want to.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just answer quickly. I mean, my background is astrophysics, and I did a lot of theoretical astrophysics, so that's a very good question. But it turns out, in order to validate models that I was building in my astrophysics world, I needed observational data. And by the time I was going through graduate school, there were a lot of new digital technology. CCD cameras were brand new. So there was a lot of new digital technologies that were enabling the things we were doing, including fast computation, fast processors. So it was imperative to learn the technology in order to actually do the science I wanted to do. And then once I got out of grad school and went on to work at NASA on data systems for space missions, it's all about the technology, right? I mean, in order to do the science, you have to do the understand the engineering. Right? I wasn't doing the engineering, but I needed to understand what the thing was capable of if I was going to ask this thing in space to do something. And so it just became sort of natural to understand technology. And then that leads us to today, where we're just inundated with all kinds of fascinating technologies. And so now it's just about the fascination. It's just, as a scientist, I'm just fascinated with all of it.
Totally agree.
I think.
What about you, Christopher?
Yeah, I think, for me, there's two parts to that. I studied engineering, so that's what first got me into tech, if you will. And I think that was driven by a sense of curiosity and I guess creativity. And for me, engineering has always been a very creative endeavor. I'm not an artist. That's not how I express my creativity, but engineering gives you the tools, the canvas, the brush, if you will, in the figurative sense, to create things in the world. So that's always what's drawn me to it. And then specifically what I do now, what led me down that path. My co-founder Sam and I, we actually wanted to start a solar installation business focused on emerging markets at the time, and we put together a pilot project, designed a system soup to nuts. Flew to Kenya, installed a system, hired local engineers, sourced the equipment, of course. We raised a loan too for it, and so we went through the whole process of designing and installing a solar installation, and through that we experienced how cumbersome that process is, and how there's not good tooling and not good software to support us in that process. So we quickly realized that the industry needed a scalable way of making data-driven decisions, and so that's how I ended up doing what I do now.
Well, that's a great purpose. So it's leading to the second question, because technology is created to make our lives easier and more comfortable. So what is your take of the future of technology in general? Maybe something that you expect in the nearby future to be created, or something that we just in general will be expecting to see?
I've actually written on this, and my answer is always the same. And my answer is in the title of this presentation. It's just more convergence. We're gonna see more of these different things that we're producing, the technologies that were being generated, come together in different innovative ways, like the robotic fish I talked about at the end there. People are going to start seeing the different combinations, and if you know mathematics, you may know what the combinatorial theorem is. That is the number of ways you can combine in things grows. It's a combinatorial growth is faster than even exponential growth, right? If you have, for example, there was 26 technologies there. Okay, and if you all the different ways you can combine 26 things, it's approximately 10 to the 26th power. All right, so there's enough things there for every person in the world to create essentially a trillion innovations each individually. If you just imagine all the different ways of combining those things. Now, of course, not all of them make sense, but the point is, we're going to find more and more creative people. Not necessarily can invent a new technology like robotics or computer vision, but they're going to find an application like the robotic fish. They're going to find new ways to apply that to healthcare or to art or to design or to engineering or to construction or whatever it is you do. I mean, I tell people, no matter what you're interested in, there's an application. And I think the application is why I like to say the future is you. I said the future is us, the individual. That is, see yourself in this future. Don't see yourself outside of this future. Say, I'm not into this AI thing. I'm not into the mathematics of machine learning. No, it is you. Whether it's an app on your phone, or it's an augmented application in the business you're working in. I mean, you're gonna be touching it and involved with it, and so accepted that this is a way of having that better, more comfortable life.
Chris?
No, I mean, I think Kirk is right. I mean, we're sort of in a golden age in that respect. There's so much incredible technology at our fingertips that changes every week. I don't know if you're following I'm sure Kirk is, the advances in machine learning in particular over the last even just 5 years. It's incredible that the headway that's been made on all fronts. And now that's available via an API from, say, OpenAI. So you don't even have to be super deep in it to make that technology, to combine that, to use Kirk's framework, right? And apply to your space. I mean, one example is we do solar design software, how does that jive with machine learning? But, it works. We actually have a pipeline that automates the process increasingly and is much more, faster and even more accurate than what a human can do. And so that, creates efficiencies that translates into ultimately cheaper solar. And that's just one industry out of, God knows how many. And so that's I think a terribly exciting one. And then one that's obviously near and dear to my heart is energy. There's a bit of a reckoning going on, in particular in Europe, but not just, across the world. And we're sort of in this in-between phase of, the old way of doing things and the new way of doing things. And so that's really, really interesting. There's a lot of opportunities there for us to explore and to get right, and a lot of challenges, but those opportunities and challenges come hand in hand. And so I think we're sort of at the cusp, if we do things right, of a future that's powered by clean, abundant, and cheap energy. And that's, I think, is a very compelling future that certainly I'm very excited for.
Well, yeah, we can do a lot with technologies, and also leading to another question. Are there any tips and tricks that we can make, and how the technology is available to the developing countries? Maybe an advice to small startups, companies, and younger population?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually interesting. I started my career, if you will, in the developing world. I did some work in off-grid solar first. So back in 2000, was that 8, 9, 10, I installed small-scale solar projects in East Africa and in Rwanda. This is before the software company that I now run. And it was a really meaningful experience, because you really see the impact of technology and energy really firsthand. But also it's interesting because one thing that happened over and over in the developing world is that it leapfrogs technologies. I remember that one instance where we're in a village, sort of 2 hours by 4x4, off the main road, and we're up in the hills, and there's fields, and there's this woman working the field, and then a cell phone rings, and we all check our pockets. We're like, oh, who is it? But it was her. She picked up the phone and started, talking on the phone. It was this aha moment for us, is like, wow, this community will never have a landline, right? They just leapfrogged that whole, the whole century that happened in the Western world, and jumped right to the modern technology that's much more appropriate for the use case. And then the question for us, of course, was, what does that mean for energy, right? They'll also leapfrog the whole concept of one big grid with large nuclear and fossil and coal-based power plants that will make sense in some places, but not everywhere. That will never happen. Similar things happening in banking and so forth. And so it's actually a super interesting space with a lot of opportunity, a lot of challenges too, of course, but one that's near and dear to my heart. How do we make it happen? I would say there's two things that are really important. One is not leading by the technology. Think of it as appropriate technology for the use case. And two, you have to be there in the community and really understand it, because there's so many dimensions to it that being on the ground is just really, really important. But then, it's incredible the change and the impact it can have.
I love that. To complement that, I mean, I certainly agree with everything Chris is saying. That's really wonderful. My perspective is, it gets right back to sort of education, which is my passion, and that is being able to teach and train children at an early age about these things. And I say that in a way that sounds funny to people. I say, back in the day when I was first learning machine learning, I said we really should teach this to kindergartners, right? And people thought I was crazy because they were looking at machine learning as calculus and linear algebra and all these complex mathematical things. And I said, no, I don't mean that part of it. I just mean the whole idea of pattern recognition and data, okay? Pattern exploration. Because why? Because children, even very young children, are curious, right? They're creative. They ask questions. All right, they recognize things. They recognize their parents' face. They recognize their parents' voice. They recognize the foods they don't like to eat. Okay, I mean they're really good at pattern recognition, and so we should encourage that curiosity and creativity, the things that Chris was talking about. I mean that's really what is natural to every human being on Earth, no matter what your situation. And so tap into that. Make it possible for opportunities to learn at wherever people are. I mean, I've had the pleasure of speaking into boot camps in Nigeria. I've had talking boot camps in small communities in India, even in the United States, in these indigenous peoples' schools, where traditionally there's not a lot of technology, not a lot of sort of advanced opportunities, within those, those native communities there. But I had the opportunity to bring things, in some sense, this, for lack of a better way to say it, the sense of wonder. I mean, because children just are inspired by that, and the next great discovery, the next great cure, or something could come right out of one of those places where we don't expect it. Because why did we not expect it? Well, we're conditioned not to expect that this great discovery is going to come from some undeveloped country. Well, who knows? All it takes is some insight, and maybe again, it's a pattern detection. There's all kinds of historical examples of this. I won't go through them right now, but historical examples where someone saw a pattern, like the cholera epidemic in London in the 1800s. I mean, a person just saw a pattern and realized that, oh, it's caused by a contaminated water pump. He just saw. No one ever looked at the data on a map to realize that all the people who were dying were clustered around one place where people were getting their water. I mean, so it was just. I mean, a child could have done that, but an adult did. But I'm just saying, tap into those creative, curious curiosity characteristics that are natural and embedded in every human being, and push that. Let them go. I mean, not even push it. Just let the child explore. And that's my education message is let the children explore, let them ask questions, even if it's uncomfortable for the educator. Let the child ask questions. And I was in a situation once where I was actually put in my place because a fourth grade little girl, probably 8 years old, put me in my place. She actually explained better than I did standing waves in the atmosphere of Saturn. Go figure. I was talking about standing waves in the atmosphere of Saturn. She gave a better explanation than I did. I was just okay.
So having purpose, making impact, educating yourself, are there any messages you would like to give to the audience of the Nobel Fest? Maybe an advice that you would have given yourself in the past when you were just starting over the career?
I'll just say one is just embrace lifelong learning. And primarily because maybe I'm at an age where when I went to school, people could get a degree in a particular field or a training or vocation, and that would carry them for an entire career. That's not true anymore. The technology and the environment we're working in, the work environments and the work requirements and the projects and things people do in work are changing on faster timescale than 40 years. Right. So you need to be in lifelong learning, that is, learn the new things, keep up with it. And it's okay because, again, that's a natural thing humans do. We are good at learning. So keep those extra learning muscles exercised throughout your life.
Chris?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an important one. I mean, looking back at my relatively short career so far, but it's been a process of learning. That's what's kept me going. And what keeps it interesting too, right? You can keep, exploring all this, which is wonderful. But then I would say there's two parts that I've learned that I wish I would have embraced more. One is I love the concept. I've come to love the concept of serendipity, and you can't. There's sort of a tendency that we have to plan everything out and to want to know, but there's actually something nice about not knowing. That's where the excitement comes from, and there's also something nice about just letting your curiosity guide you, and then you discover things. And that's been sort of my journey. If I reflect back on it, I can now tell a cohesive story of how I ended up here and how it all made sense. But at the time, it didn't make sense. At the time, it was just me following my interest. And one thing, my projects in Rwanda led to actually larger scale projects in Kenya, which led to software in the US, to, me being here. It's like, I couldn't have foreseen it, but it was sort of my curiosity that guided me throughout. And so that's one. And the second one is to, a bit trite, but it's important to not look at failures and success as like binary things, because they're usually not, there's always ups and downs, but it's hard to know what failure actually is. A failure feels like one at a time, but it's not necessarily. And usually there's big learnings and experiences in those two that will be very valuable down the line. And so those are two little nuggets I picked up along the way.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your experiences and knowledge. Welcome again to the 5th Nobel Fest event. We hope to see you maybe sometime in the future again.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you would like to add in the end?
No, excited to be here. Thank you, Kirk, for your presentation and for being on the panel.
All right, thanks so much to you too. This was a great experience.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the large multidisciplinary education institutes.
Сабақ арасында фантамен үзіліс жаса. Эксперимент жаса да үзіліс бойы көңіл көтер. Шаттық формуласы Фанта плюс әлдену. Достарыңмен ойнаған сәттерің тарихта қалады. Үзіліс математикасы оңай. Әлденіп ал, фантамен рахаттан. Қане, демалатын кез келді. Фантамен әлденіп ал. Сабақ арасында фантамен әлденіп ал. Көңіл көтер. Қайтала.
Сделай перерыв между занятиями с Фанта. Проведи эксперимент и развлекайся весь перерыв. Вот формула веселья. Фанта плюс перекусы. Ваши игры с друзьями войдут в историю. Математика перерыва проста. Получай удовольствие от Фанта и перекусов. Давай, уже пора передохнуть. Перекуси с Фанта. Перекуси с Фанта между занятиями. Повеселись, повтори.
Им не важно, снимут про них фильм или нет. Станут ли они героями книг или хотя бы комиксов? Мечтает ли кто-то про его суперкостюм? И с какой вероятностью его станет крылатой фразой? Им не важно.
Это вам.
Им важно делать мир немного лучше. Вот для кого нужен Жусан. Жусан. Приложение для тебя. Возможности для тебя.
Начинать уже, да? Куда смотреть, да? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the fifth Nobel Fest that is taking place today here in Astana, Kazakhstan. I am basically leading the session titled "The Last Human and the End of Nature." I'm acting as a moderator for this session. My name is Mergen Dusyanov. I represent the Department of Management and Marketing at the Kazakh Agro-Technical University. So I'm glad to introduce two speakers for this session. So the first terrific speaker is Mr. Steve Griffith. He's the Senior Vice President and Professor of Practice at the Bin Khalifa University in Qatar. And he is also a member of the Emirates Council for Research and Development and is also a member of the Zayed Sustainability Prize Selection Committee. The other outstanding speaker with us is Mr. Bill McKibben, who is the 2013 Gandhi Peace Award recipient, environmentalist, and I believe an author of about a dozen of books on topics related to the environment and climate change. All right, so the floor is yours, Mr. Steve Griffith.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. One slight correction, I'm at Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi. I'm in the UAE, not in Qatar, although I like Qatar quite a bit. So today I'll be going through the topic of the race to net zero, and more specifically talking about what is net zero and how it's going to potentially help us accomplish the climate change mitigation that we know is so urgently needed for the planet. I'm going to start off by discussing just a little bit about the context of net zero, and to start will be energy transition. So when we talk about energy transition, we talk about moving from a global energy system that is based predominantly on one form of energy to another. Many years ago, we had a planet that was primarily using renewable energy at some point. It was biomass based. Then over time, the demand for energy and the supply of energy changed in its composition slightly, and we saw the evolution of coal taking over as a predominant energy source, and then finally a proliferation of different energy sources, many of them hydrocarbon, in particular oil. So some would say that we entered the oil age around 1960. The question for us now is what happens in the next 80 years? What will this be the age of if we're trying to become more environmentally sustainable? And to think of that, we have this concept of net zero. So are we transitioning towards a new energy system which will essentially be balanced in equilibrium between greenhouse gases that we emit into the atmosphere and those that are removed by and stored by carbon sinks, which is the definition of net zero? There are different scenarios for how this can play out. They play out over different time spans. We've heard of sustainable development. That's essentially a net zero scenario by 2070. When we talk about the global warming relative to pre-industrial levels, if we can achieve net zero emissions by 2070, the models that have been developed say we might be able to limit warming to no more than 2 degrees Celsius. The net zero scenario, which is the more recent one that's now top of mind to everybody, is net zero 2050, where we will try to achieve zero emissions by 2050, but also, and very importantly, what I'll talk about shortly, is we have to, in the very near term, reduce substantially the emissions that we currently face to a level that's compatible with achieving a true net zero impact, which will be mitigating temperature rises to less than, over the long term, 1.5 degrees Celsius relative to pre-industrial levels. And you can see from the diagram, there are different components to how this can play out. I'll talk about power in the course of my presentation, but I won't get into that right now. When it comes to net zero, we know COP27 is coming very shortly in Egypt. Many countries since COP26 and now into 27 have been making their net zero commitments. There are 88 parties representing 92 countries, which cover about 80% of global greenhouse emissions, which have made a net zero pledge of some sort. The color coding here, as you can see, shows that those in yellow have gone very ambitious. They're now putting net zero into law. Other countries have a policy pledge, and others are just putting this out as a political pledge. Over time, I expect as the capacity to deliver net zero increases, almost every country that I show on the map here will be pledging toward this commitment. Now, importantly, we talk about net zero, it is, I always say, necessary, but not necessarily sufficient to ensure that we're meeting our climate change mitigation targets. In fact, when I talk about this 1.5 degrees Celsius relative to pre-industrial level target, we're already pretty close. If you've seen the media in the past year or so, the global warming to date is about 1.1 degrees Celsius. And so we keep getting closer and closer to a temperature range which could have severe impact, which gets closer and closer to us from the far end. Science continues to continually be updated, and so what at one point we thought would be a much larger temperature increase relative to what's going to be very concerning, if not disastrous, for the climate. Today, that window of temperature rise is shortened substantially. So we have a lot to do, given the way climate science has now informed us, that we only have a few degrees left before we face serious consequences. Coming back to the idea of how we address the consequences, I said net zero 2050, necessary and not sufficient. There are many ways to get to net zero by 2050, and if you take a couple different trajectories, the IEA scenario is about first going to a 45 to 50% reduction from emissions. Here I'm showing the emissions from industry and power and energy in particular. But emissions overall need to come down substantially by 2030. So we don't have till 2050 to wait. If we were to wait that long, linear decline in emissions is not going to get us to net zero. We have a budget of about 400 gigatons of CO2, which we can emit until 2050, and we will exceed the level of our budget by that time if we go with simply a linear trajectory. And if we saw the level of decline we saw during the pandemic, or as a result of the pandemic, COVID-19, we still won't get there because we're not going to be able to, most as rapidly as necessary in a sustained way, reduce emissions. So the net zero idea is extremely important. The 2050 target is extremely important. It gets us closer to where we know the science tells us we need to be with the temperature rise relative to pre-industrial level. But it's not 2050 alone that we have to worry about. It's actually a much closer target of our concern, which means we need to think about the CO2, we need to think about the methane, we need to think about the fluorinated gases, and we need to think about the nitrous oxide, all the greenhouse gases in their entirety to get to a true state of net zero. Although we talk about, and I showed on the previous slide, carbon, it's a holistic view of what needs to be done to deal with all the greenhouse gases, which take us toward global warming targets and tipping points, which we don't want to exceed. Now, how to do that, as I said, it's a very rapid decline that we have to achieve, and it's not one that we will be able to get to if we follow traditional or the precedents we've had for energy transitions you saw in prior slides. We need strong policy, and we have a trilemma to balance what we need to do in affordability, making sure that consumers can still meet their needs for energy services without compromising other energy needs or other basic needs. Energy security, I'll come back to this. This is top of mind today, given the challenges we see in geopolitics. What's been happening with energy prices is very difficult across Europe and other countries. So security is a piece we have to worry about. And then there's the decarbonization. And as you'll see, as the global arena and geopolitics and the state of the day as things play out and unfold over time, we have different priorities that shift around, which creates even greater challenge for achieving the net zero that I'm talking about in the presentation. Avoiding decarbonization, which is something that's been top of mind alone, let alone the affordability and the security, is a challenge that we will talk about first and how we might be able to get there quickly. So again, back to my slide on transition, what we see a lot of today when we talk about being able to decarbonize is a world where we'll have lots of electrification, lots of clean power production, which I believe is the starting point. We have very, we call bankable renewable electricity from wind and solar. And so to go toward a world where we can take the major advantages we've seen from offshore wind, onshore wind, solar energy reductions, now to create a means of dealing with intermittency of these renewable energy sources, having batteries becoming more cheap and inexpensive. That's great because we're seeing a rapid growth in electricity. That said, though, there are lots of areas and lots of sectors where electricity decarbonization alone will not take us to net zero, will not achieve the climate change mitigation we have to be concerned about. manufacturing, buildings, the non-electricity part of their emissions, transportation, the consumption of oil, agriculture, where you have the nitrous oxide, the N gases, the nitrous gases, methane in particular is another gas we have to worry about from the agricultural sector. There are greenhouse gases you've seen in other slides, and I'm showing here again as being areas of concern, which take us to the thought that power alone decarbonization is not going to be the end game. So we have a challenge there that we need to be concerned about. We have to start thinking, how will we deal with a world in which we're moving quickly with electricity decarbonization, but that won't be the end game. In fact, if you look at where we are today and what technologies or what means we have to rapidly decarbonize, electricity is in the mass market. We see that the major forms, the dominant form of new power generation is coming from renewables. But many of the technologies across many of the sectors I was talking about, and they're a little bit more detail here, they won't be hitting mass markets or widely adopted, given the economics, until the later part of this decade, which is challenging, particularly in those different sectors and industries, which I show in the highlighted box. They are what we call hard to decarbonize. And so we need to continually find ways to deal with decarbonization that will go beyond electricity. Hopefully we can electrify some of these sectors. We need to find new ways to achieve our net zero ambition, dealing, of course, with all the greenhouse gases. I've done quite a bit of work. Anyone that's interested, you can always contact me on the industrial decarbonization, but I also show the heavy duty shippings, aviation, and such is a concern for us. So what do we do? That's one area that I'll talk about in some detail. I have some ideas about where we might take our dialogue around decarbonization to be more than just electricity. Before I get there, I will point out and come back to where we have the challenges in this broader trilemma. As I said, when we talked about decarbonization, that was something when we had the chance to only focus on it, was very good to help us get very quickly to technological solutions for net zero. Unfortunately, as I alluded to, the world changes. And so what we've seen is these different dimensions have bounced around a bit. So before the Paris Agreement 2015, affordability of energy was a concern. Then we had COVID-19. Following the post-Paris Agreement, where decarbonization was big. Then we worried more about affordability. Then with COP26, we looked a lot more closely at the decarbonization needs, and that's where all the net zero targets I was speaking about became very prominent, very much discussed openly by many countries. Then geopolitics reared their ugly head, and now we're in the present where affordability and security are slightly outweighing, again, the discussion of decarbonization. You see in the media, big oil comeback, the Western countries looking toward the developing countries for their hydrocarbon resource. Is that fair? Is that equitable? We want them to decarbonize. We're looking at their near-term opportunity to share low-cost hydrocarbon. So we're now in a geopolitical global landscape, which brings us a challenge to net zero, which it takes us beyond that decarbonization thinking. So we've got challenges in the global landscape. We've got opportunities in decarbonization, which relate to clean power, which isn't going to cover everything. So we have some different issues we have to consider and look at new frameworks, which can hopefully help us address what may be, which I hope won't be the case, but what may be a world in which carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions in general are with us longer than we had hoped when we originally started thinking post COP26 that decarbonization could be our full agenda. To do this, I'll focus on the IEA's net zero scenarios. You can see right now and today, I think what we're doing with the bankable decarbonization measures is what had been expected. Most of our decarbonization will come from an energy efficiency, electrification, that's good. Going in the future though, other models and other ways and other frameworks of dealing with emissions will become more prominent. And here we talk about carbon capture, utilization, storage, hydrogen, novel fuels, and such. So the framework I like and what I've been working on with different colleagues in the Middle East is a circular carbon economy. I think it's quite useful to consider that we do need to reduce CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. It's essential. So energy efficiency, renewables, nuclear, and light, that all needs to be part of the dialogue very prominently. But when we deal with issues concerning hard to decarbonize sectors, when we deal with this shifting priorities in the global geopolitical spectrum and the global dialogue around what's most important for our economies, we may need to think about ways to deal with CO2 emissions, which are not what we want them to be. And that is making us think more about removing CO2 either from the air itself or from point sources, which has been more common, utilizing CO2 productively when we do that. So how can we incorporate carbon dioxide into our plans for net zero so it becomes part of the solution rather than all about the problem? And then there's the cross-cutting aspects of the circular carbon economy. Hydrogen in particular, you want to see it's a great fuel to complement CO2 for many purposes. And electrification, it goes without saying. That needs to happen, and that's been part of what I've been saying earlier in the slides. The IEJ, Institute for Energy and Economics in Japan, has done a scenario where they looked at what could be done if we went down the circular carbon economy route and said CO2 and the greenhouse gas emissions are part of the dialogue. Let's make them part of the solution. And when you marry the idea of a robust supply of hydrogen, whether it's from blue hydrogen, decarbonized steam methane reforming, for instance, with carbon capture, or turquoise, where you can do pyrolysis and get a solid carbon, or green hydrogen from electrolysis, whatever your hydrogen source is, you marry that up with the ways we might capture carbon dioxide from different industries, and you can go fairly far in, at least in anticipating the scenarios played out, and having a decarbonization route which would not be fully based on electrification and clean power. I'm not going to point out everything under the reduce, reuse, recycle, remove paradigm I mentioned. I will point out a few things that are highlighted here now. I think going forward, the hard to carbonize sectors in steel and iron and steel, reducing iron ore with hydrogen is a way that we'll most likely see the steel industry decarbonize in the future, at least one of the major options. So circular carbon economy will likely have a very strong role to play in iron and steel sector. Enhanced oil recovery, the countries such as we have in the Middle East, which will continue to supply the lowest carbon, lowest cost oil, we want them to do that in a robust way. So having a decarbonized approach, or having at least the carbon that we capture and we utilize for enhanced oil recovery being part of our solution, supply those levels of energy which we know will most likely still come from hydrocarbons, from low cost, low carbon producers. That can be part of the framework. I do a lot of work on cement and concrete. Cement is a big problem, a lot of emissions behind what's essentially the glue in the concrete that we use in our infrastructure. Turns out that concrete, once it's in the built environment, does absorb CO2 over time. It's actually a sink. Modern technologies will allow you to even do curing of concrete by injecting CO2. So CO2 can be part of our infrastructure. Although cement has been a problem in the emissions of CO2 it produces, it can also be part of our solution. Synfuels, e-fuels, aviation in particular is going to, over the long term, need something beyond batteries to provide the power needed for long-haul transport. When you have hydrogen, when you have a source of carbon like CO2, which can be converted to carbon monoxide, which with hydrogen creates a perfect set of components for any common approach today to creating aviation fuels, run these through the Fischer-Tropsch process, whatever, syngas is common. You can make a set of fuels which can be quite useful in decarbonizing aviation, likewise with long distance shipping. And then finally, carbon capture and storage. There are regions of the world where we can store carbon efficiently and effectively and at low cost. And I think that can be also part of our solution. So I would propose as one outcome of this discussion that yes, electrification is important. Yes, renewable energy is important and batteries and such, but we need to think about other frameworks given hard to decarbonize sectors and shifting policy objectives given the global context in the given time. I will also touch now on what I also think is important to net zero, which is a focus on the global south. We need a just energy transition. So when I look at the net zero map, I see a lot of Central America, I see a lot of sub-Saharan Africa, hasn't made a net zero pledge yet. And they're not necessarily ready for net zero because these countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, they're still trying to get access to electricity, access to clean cooking. They're sometimes overlooked in the energy transition. And so I don't think we can really get to a robust net zero and do anything that I've talked about without acknowledging we have to bring the entire global society along with us. One step further, if we look at the Energy Transition Index from the World Economic Forum, you won't be surprised probably to look on the left-hand side and see the top 20 countries ready for energy transition are mainly in Europe, North America. These are the countries which have got the robust resources in order to transition quickly, Europe in particular in the top 20. When you come to the bottom 20, we see again, sub-Saharan African countries, Middle Eastern countries, countries that are not yet ready to transition. And so what needs to be done? And I would say particularly when we talk about the global South, and I mean the countries which don't have the financial resource, the technologies, the human capital to make a strong push to net zero, we need to make sure there's a strong dialogue in how we are going to bring technology and knowledge transfer to these countries and really make this a focus of what we do. The work that I publish, done more than a dozen studies very recent on industrial decarbonization, over and over in the literature, I do not see very much discussion about studies that look deeply at the global South and how they'll participate in transitioning key industries to a world that's net zero. So I think that's something that we need to focus on and be cognizant of and pay attention to. So I'll wrap up and I'll conclude with my discussion. If there's time for question, we can always do that. The concept of net zero for me is a means to an end, and it's by no means an end in itself. We should be pursuing, of course, as you saw, all the greenhouse gases, and more, maybe just as important, or more importantly, all the sectors which will have to be part of the net zero solution. So we've made great progress in electricity. We've made great progress in decarbonizing electricity. That's probably not going to get us to where we need to go, because there are sectors which need further focus, and there are shifting policy priorities which take us sometimes away, unfortunately, from the focus exclusively on emissions and decarbonizing, and make us think more about energy security and energy affordability. Likewise, all factors considered, I think with net zero being globally important, we need to deal with CO2 as a part of the solution rather than just eliminating it. Zero carbon power is great. Circular carbon economy, something that picked up when Saudi Arabia had the presidency of the G20 a couple of years ago. I find that quite a useful framework to include all the discussion around energy efficiency, clean electricity and the like, but also thinking about how we remove CO2 and, very importantly, also use it productively for various end uses. So we're going to be very far behind the game and the technologies required to deal with CO2 in the ways we want to if we don't start to think that we might need to make it part of our solution set. And so I'm very much a proponent of that. The just energy transition talked about can't do anything, in my view, that's going to be beneficial to all of society unless we bring all countries together to make the journey with us to net zero. And so at the global South, technology and knowledge transfer, making sure there's human capital developed. We've done some recent work on trying to figure out how we could create patent pools so intellectual property is available to countries in the South so that they don't have to license expensive technologies that would be important for their sectors that they're decarbonizing, and also getting the right level of training, the people ready to adopt technologies, because you just can't take a technology from one context to another and always expect it to work out well. When all these factors are put together and they're done well, I think we can really win the race to net zero, but it won't be easy. And that's the key message from my presentation. We will need to come together, think of all the different issues which could delay the transition and make sure that we address them all productively, effectively, and efficiently. So with that, I thank you for your attention and would be welcome to questions if there are any, but otherwise, thank you for listening.
Good. Thank you, Steve. So basically, it's a terrific presentation. Personally, what I've basically learned for myself is that at the end of the day, what really matters is, being able to develop a series of practical steps, I believe, aimed at implementing these renewed, so to speak, policy directions, especially in the global South and developing countries. So yeah, terrific. Thank you very much, Steve, for this interesting presentation. Thank you. All right, so let me now turn to our next speaker. And this is Mr. Bill McKibben. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and a great pleasure to join you. Greetings from Vermont in the United States. This is an important moment to be having these discussions, maybe the most important moment. I'm going to talk for a few minutes about what I think is the crux of these questions around globalization in the future. And I think that the most important part of that discussion is to be quite clear about the role that fossil fuel has played and about the fact that the need to get off coal and gas and oil is the single biggest imperative on the planet. Fossil fuel really is what spurred globalization as we know it at the moment, and replacing it is the key towards building a future that might still actually work, though it's going to be very close. I wrote the first book about climate change way back in 1989. I was a young man in my 20s. And so I have stuck with it ever since. And I will get back to climate change in a moment. But I want to begin by talking about the other reasons that we need to very quickly get off fossil fuel. Let's understand why it's been important. When we discovered a couple of 100 years ago that we could use first coal and then gas and then oil, it came as an enormous boon in a lot of ways. It helped us do things that we had not been able to do before. It equipped most people in the Western world with the equivalent of many servants to help them do their work. And so much of modernity is caught up in our ability to make use of fossil fuel. But we've come to understand over the last couple of decades, 3 decades, that boon, that help that fossil fuel gave us has turned into a great handicap in 3 ways in particular, I would say. The first, and one we often overlook, is simply around questions of human health. When you burn something, when you set something on fire, you inevitably put a lot of particulate matter in the air. And when you do, it gets in people's lungs and kills them, a lot of them. The best estimate we have came from a major study, global study last year, that found that about 9 million people a year on this planet are dying of the effects of fossil fuel combustion. They're breathing in those particulates. And those of you who've spent time in cities like Delhi or Beijing can understand how this is true, but it's true everywhere, including in the United States, where several 100,000 people a year are dying from this particulate pollution. It's that 9 million deaths represent 1 death in 5 on this planet. It's the 2nd or 3rd leading cause of death on planet Earth. The second reason is that fossil fuel has shown itself to be tightly and profoundly linked to autocracy and to fascism. And we have that should come as no surprise when you rely on a fuel that exists in a relatively few places around the world. The people or powers that sit on top of those few deposits of fossil fuel end up with far more power than they should. So globally, that means corporations, often American corporations like Exxon or Chevron, that have far too much influence over the political systems where they live. But it also means individual rulers, like, for instance, the King of Saudi Arabia, or, as this year has made abundantly clear, Vladimir Putin in Russia. His control over Russia and his ability to do barbaric things like invade Ukraine and set off a human rights tragedy of epic proportion is entirely due to his control over oil and gas. Russia is not a useful economy in other ways. It doesn't produce much that's of value to the rest of the world, but it is a kind of gas station for the planet. And we have watched Russia take its export earnings, 60% of which come from oil and gas, and use them to buy weapons that it now uses to blow up civilian apartment blocks or kindergartens or other facilities across Ukraine. And we've watched Russia attempt to use its control over European supplies of natural gas to intimidate Germany and France and other countries into looking the other way at its barbarism. That should be a tremendous reminder of how useful it would be to get off fuels that empower dictators. The third reason, and of course the most overriding of all, has to do with the effect of fossil fuel on the planet's climate. As I said, I wrote the first book about this 30-some years ago, and we knew then mostly what we needed to know. When you burned fossil fuel, you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and the molecular structure of that CO2 trapped heat that would otherwise radiate back out to space. Those warnings by scientists are now coming true every single day. We look around the world right now, for instance, and see Pakistan, where there are still millions of people displaced from the worst flooding, the worst flooding since Noah. The kind of flooding you can only have in a globally warmed world, where warm water holds more water vapor than, the warm air holds more water vapor than cold. Well, we look at Nigeria, decimated by flooding this past season, and then we look at other parts of Africa decimated by record drought. This sort of thing is happening around the planet and in affecting enormous numbers of people. Yesterday, the foremost medical journal on the planet, The Lancet, pointed out that we can now measure in the hundreds of thousands the casualties that come with the spread of infectious disease as warm temperatures allow mosquitoes to spread, and the reduction in crop yields as warm temperatures drive down potential harvests. This is what happens when you raise the temperature 1 degree Celsius, which is what has happened so far. We're on a path at the moment to raise the temperature almost 3 degrees Celsius. If anything like that happens, we will not have civilizations like the ones that we are used to having. The damage is simply too great. So it is entirely clear for a number of reasons that the task for the planet is to stop burning coal and gas and oil as rapidly as possible. And by rapidly, I mean in the next few years. The world scientists gathered together by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change have told us that if we can't cut emissions in half by 2030, then we have no chance of meeting the temperature targets we set in Paris just a few years ago. That's a very tight deadline and a very strong challenge. So let me now transition from telling you bad news to telling you better news, which is that really we have the capacity to at least try and make this transition at enormous speed. And that's because scientists and engineers have done their job remarkably well over recent years. The price of renewable energy, the price of solar power or wind power, or the batteries to store that power when the sun drops or the sun goes down or the wind drops, the price of that power has dropped 90% in the last decade. Across most of the planet, the cheapest way to generate power now is to point a sheet of glass at the sun. That is a revolutionary moment in human history. It allows us to imagine that for the first time in 700,000 years, we might put behind us the human practice of burning things, setting them on fire. Fire has been extremely important to human beings for a very long time. It allowed us to cook food. It allowed us to move north and south away from the equator. Gathering around the fire at night contributed to the social bonds that came to mark our species. And as I said before, with the Industrial Revolution, our ability to set coal and oil and gas on fire produced modernity. But we no longer need to do it. We now can rely on the fact that the good Lord was kind enough to place a large ball of burning gas 93 million miles away in the sky. And we now have the wit to make full use of that energy. We can capture its rays directly in photovoltaic panels, and we can take advantage of the fact that it differentially heats the planet, thus creating the winds that blow that we can capture in wind turbines. The analyses that have been done in the last few years at places like Stanford University and Oxford University make it clear that there is more than enough renewable energy to generate all the power that we need, and that if we decided to go this path, it would produce a net economic benefit for the planet measured in tens of trillions of dollars. That's because, if you think about it, it's a very different paradigm than the one we're currently engaged in. Yes, you have to do some mining in order to produce a solar panel or a wind turbine or a battery. You need to get some lithium or some cobalt or some rare earth minerals. But you only need to get them once. Once you've built your solar panel and put it on the roof, the sun delivers the energy for free every day when it rises above the horizon. If you're burning coal or gas or oil, well, you mine it, drill for it, and then you immediately set it on fire. And then you have to go back the next day and mine or drill some more. That's why it's so incredibly expensive. That's also why it's so incredibly profitable for the people who run these businesses and the countries that engage in this, including my own. And it's why the people who engage in this are so unwilling to give it up. It explains why the oil companies and the oil countries have spent the last 30 years trying to deny the science of global warming and trying to prevent the rapid adoption of renewable energy technologies. If you follow the path of the climate negotiations in the United Nations over the years, you know that time and time again, it's been countries like Russia and Saudi Arabia that have slowed down or blocked progress. The United States has been a big problem in these negotiations because the United States is the biggest producer of hydrocarbons in the planet. And within the United States, it's the power of the big oil companies to influence our political officials that have prevented the US Congress from moving quickly to do the right thing. So figuring out how to break the political power of these companies and these countries is some of the most important work that there is. If we're able to break that power and move quickly to a renewable world, then things could change very quickly. I talked before about the problem with breathing particulates killing 9 million people a year. Well, the vaccine for those deaths is electric bicycles, it's electric cars, it's air source heat pumps to heat your home. It's a swath of technologies that can take advantage of that electricity we can now produce quite cleanly and use it to do the things that we want to do, each of us in our own lives. Have cold beer, move our bodies and stuff between places, on and on and on. Also, as should be clear to anyone thinking about the geopolitics of this, a world that relied on sun and wind would be a world that could laugh at dictators. Vladimir Putin can't control the sun and he can't control the wind. He cannot tell Germany that he's going to block its supply of sun, that he's going to turn off its wind, and hence he becomes much, much less powerful, which would be a very good thing for planet Earth. And of course, we would begin to have some ability to deal with the climate crisis. Not to stop global warming. It is too late for that. We've already suffered enormous consequences. Half the sea ice in the summer Arctic is now gone. The oceans have begun to rise, and that rise is going to continue for a long time, no matter what we do. We have wrecked the planet's hydrological cycle or damaged it enormously already, such that in dry places we get more drought and then more forest fire, and in wet places we get more downpour and deluge and dramatic flooding. So the job at hand is to figure out how to make that transition happen very, very quickly. Not to stretch it out for decades in order to give the fossil fuel industry or the countries that like fossil fuel more time to adjust. We don't have that time anymore. This is a timed test. It's not like other political issues. The basic negotiation here is not between different countries or different companies. The basic negotiation is between human beings and physics. And physics is a poor negotiator. It simply does what it's going to do, so we have to meet its limits. So the question becomes, how do we meet its limits? How do we push enough to begin to break the political power of the people who want us to stay addicted to fossil fuel? I've spent much of my life helping to build the large mass-scale citizen movements that are the only challenge that seems to have done anything so far to begin to erode the position of of the fossil fuel industry. For instance, 15 years ago, we started a group called 350.org, 350.org. It takes its name from what the scientists tell us is the most carbon dioxide we could safely have in the atmosphere, 350 parts per million, a number we're already way past. We're about 420 parts per million, which is why the Arctic melts and why Siberia catches on fire, and on and on and on. 350.org has organized demonstrations in every country on Earth. We think about 20,000. Actually, not every country on Earth. North Korea is the one place where we've never been able to do any work at all. Those protests and things have, in certain ways, paid off. We've been able to block huge fossil fuel construction projects like the Keystone XL pipeline in North America. And the fossil fuel divestment campaign that we launched has led to endowments and portfolios and pension funds with $40 trillion in assets selling their stock in coal and oil and gas companies. These include pension funds from places like the Netherlands or Norway or Quebec or New York State. They include the most important universities in the world: Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, Princeton, the University of California. It's been a huge global uprising by many, many people, one that gets larger and larger over time. It's been led in many ways by young people. Probably most of you know the name of Greta Thunberg, a great hero of this planet, who as a young girl of 15 went on strike at her school in Sweden. She said, if leaders can't be bothered to prepare a country in which we will have a future, why should we prepare ourselves for that future? So she wouldn't go to school. There are 10,000 leaders, young leaders like Greta Thunberg around the world, and they have 10 million followers. That's how many children were out on school strike in September of 2019 before the pandemic hit. And those young people are doing extraordinary work and they deserve our great thanks. I've been spending my time these last couple of years organizing older people like me, people over the age of 60, to engage in this same work because we think we can back up and support those young people in profound ways. At the moment, we've organized a large campaign to try and pressure the big banks that continue to lend to the fossil fuel industry. In America, banks like Citibank, Chase Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo Bank. These are banks that lend huge sums of money to the fossil fuel industry to allow it to keep expanding. And they are also banks that have lent huge sums of money to the Russian oil and gas industry, even though it's been clear for a long time that those countries were under the those companies were under the thumb of tyrant Vladimir Putin. So it's good work to try and see if we can press these banks to stop their lending. Not all their lending to the fossil fuel industry. We're going to have, sadly, a few more years of oil on this planet. And so companies and countries need banking relationships to keep that going. But what we cannot allow is any more expansion of the fossil fuel industry. No new pipelines, no new refineries, no new shipping facilities for LNG, no expansion in any way of an industry that scientists tell us we must be shutting down as fast as we possibly can. If there's one message I could get across today, it's that we now have to move with extraordinary speed in order to make change happen. Winning slowly on climate change is just a different way of losing. It doesn't do any good to lose slowly. So we have a remarkable moment right now. Vladimir Putin has given the world another reminder of what dangerous stuff fossil fuel is. And his brutality is reminding Western Europe that they can and should move with far more haste than they have already. We're seeing remarkable work being done in the EU to quickly move away from reliance on gas and oil at all. They are going to be putting up wind turbines at a rate that we've never seen before, as are countries like China for other reasons. The Chinese are putting up more renewable power than anyone in the world right now, in large part because their cities had become unbearable places, and that extraordinary load of pollution was a threat to the dictatorial rule of the Communist Party in China. And so they moved and are moving to do something about it. All around the world, we're beginning to see these moves take place, but we need them now to happen with enormous speed. And we also need to be seeing that fossil fuel countries and people and companies that have profited from fossil fuel in years past begin to use some of those profits to compensate the people now feeling the effects. If you look at a country like Pakistan, whereas I said before, 33 million people were displaced earlier this year by massive flooding, people in Pakistan have done almost nothing to contribute to the cloud of carbon in the atmosphere. They've produced, in per capita terms, very little carbon, less than 1% of the global total. Whereas oil-producing countries have gotten wealthy filling the atmosphere with carbon. some of that wealth belongs to the victims of that carbon. And that'll be one of the topics when we get to Egypt for the next big climate talks in a few weeks. So we have our work cut out for us, but we have a path forward. And that path forward is to end combustion, end burning on planet Earth, and to do it very fast. Scientists and engineers have given us this possibility. The fossil fuel industry and the dictators that depend on it will stand in the way. And it's up to individual citizens coming together in groups of activists to figure out if we can push that work to go faster and faster. Let us hope so, because the future depends entirely on our success in doing so. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill, and both of you, have given us these terrific presentations, very thoughtful, with great ideas to think about. Definitely. Let me sort of summarize the major points. You mentioned that the United States remains like one of the biggest producers of fossil fuels to this day. On the other hand, we also have a whole group of global South countries, right? Developing countries, including Pakistan, as you mentioned, is one of the examples that appears to be facing this tremendous challenge. Plus, on top of that, one of your recommendations, I believe, has been that oil and gas companies should allocate parts of the profits to be directed towards renewable sort of projects. But the thing is that kind of remains in the air, is how do we incorporate all this into the incentives, right? So how do we incentivize all these global players to think about the need to make this transformation, quality transformation worldwide, towards more sustainable, renewable renewable fuel. Right. So thank you very much for this outstanding presentations. I guess I will exploit my privileged position by asking the following question. So I guess my question would be to both of us or any of you. It appears, based on what you have presented today, and based on the topic of our session, there appear to be a number of distinct research camps related to climate change and sustainability. So one scholarly camp, let's call it this way, can be perhaps termed to be like pessimists, as the title of our session suggests, right? There are also other researchers or scholars who might be referred to as cautious optimists, and there are definitely truly, let's call them like optimists. Yeah. One of the alternative sort of approach to analyzing climate change is to incorporate the climate into economy in order to incentivize the key economic players. So my question, I guess, is a philosophical kind of. So is it really predetermined in your view that we are moving towards the end of nature and basically the extinction of the human beings as we know them?
It's not predetermined in any way. Human beings have the ability to change this, but they have to move fast. On our current path, we're going to do extraordinary damage. And if we listen to people who say, take your time, delay, go slowly, don't upset the apple cart, don't cause trouble for anyone, if we listen to those voices, then we will end up in a place where humans won't go extinct, but the kind of civilizations that we have built will become impossible to maintain. So our job is to move fast. Speed is the most important thing at this point.
Well, terrific. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm curious whether we have the online audience connected. If there is online audience, then I guess I will just turn the floor to the audience. Are there any questions? Or I believe there is no audience related to this session, so my apologies. Let me